Chapter 328. The path of the sword obviously cultivated the sword. Of course the sword was important. Only was it really that important? Other than affecting battle prowess, could it really turn around and affect the cultivation of the user? The sword in Su Li's hand came from the smithy in that small town at the base of Mount Li. It was personally forged by the not-so-famous smithy, Luo Dagon. It had cost him a lot of silver and taken half a day. It had already been with him for more than 20 years. Holding this ordinary long sword that could not be called a divine weapon no matter how one looked at it, he was still the world's #1 in the path of the sword. Before the edge of his sword, anyone who blocked it would be forced to retreat. Not too long ago, he had even beheaded a demon general. It was also precisely because of this ordinary sword that the Mount Li sword sect's attitude towards swords that returned to their natural state became the norm. The divine state's 7 laws and the other young disciples, out of admiration for their junior martial granduncle, all followed suit. Qiu Shanjun clearly possessed the extremely famous dragon scale sword, but when he traversed the continent and even fought with the demon experts for the key to the Garden of Zhou, he was only willing to use an ordinary long sword. That sword also came from that small town at the base of Mount Li, also came from that smithy, and also only cost a few silver coins. Guan Feibai was also like this. However, this did not affect the status of Qiu Shanjun and Guan Feibai in the younger generation of experts of the continent. Holding ordinary steel swords, they were also people of the divine state's laws. Some foolish and stubborn people might not understand this point. Black Robe gently wiped away a few snowflakes on the square plate and calmly said to Su Li, "But I understand that as long as you can't find that sword, then whether it's the Killing Autumn in Scolatry Manor or the inferior sword in your hand from the smithy, it doesn't make any difference to you." "Yes." Su Li was silent for a while, then said, "I really am lacking a sword, and I've always been searching for that sword." Many years ago, he had been brought from his hometown to Mount Li by his master. After traversing several dozen li of mountain paths, he entered the sect and became an inner disciple of the Mount Li sword sect. He used a very short amount of time to grasp the secrets of the Mount Li sword sect, and his talent in the path of the sword gradually revealed itself. He received the love of all his senior brothers and sisters and the reverence of his martial nephews. However, he never had his own sword. When the Crimson Rock Peaks training hall was divided into swords, he did not choose one. Every day when he practiced with the sword and when he practiced with his senior brothers, he used a wooden sword. His senior brothers asked him why he did not want to choose a sword, and he said that he did not like the swords in the training hall. In fact, he had another thought in his heart. Those swords did not like him either, and they all avoided him. An entire year had passed, and he had completed the study of the basic sword techniques. He had a basic understanding of the true meaning of the sword, and he was finally qualified to enter the peak and enter his master's abode. His master was the sect master of the Mount Li sword sect, a peerless expert of the sword publicly acknowledged by the entire continent. But he did not listen to what his master was saying at all. He only looked at the sword hanging on the wall behind his master. The sheath of the sword was pitch black, made of some unknown material. The sword was in the sheath, and its true appearance could not be seen. But for some reason, when he looked at the sword, he became happy, and wanted to dance with joy. He wanted to take it, hold it in his bosom, hug it to sleep, or even bathe. What made him even happier was that the sword in the sheath emitted a pleasant and gentle hum, as if it was responding to his joy and simultaneously expressing its own goodwill. At the time, Su Li naturally did not know that this sword was the sword of the sect master of the Mount Li sword sect, the famed heaven-shrouding sword ranked in the top 10 of the tier of legendary weapons. The sect master of the Mount Li sword sect was rather flabbergasted. His sword was a peerless and vicious sword, incomparably sharp, extremely cold, and most capable of severing all emotions. Why did it emit such a gentle sword hum today, and why was it so gentle to this little boy? What did this mean? Then he began to laugh. Because Su Li was his only disciple, it was only natural that this sword be passed down in the future. Now it seemed that man and sword never grew tired of each other, which was truly excellent. On that day, Su Li received a promise from his master that this sword would be passed down to him in the future. This made him extremely happy, so much so that when his master spanked him for breaking the sect rules 37 times in the past year and made him copy the sword manual 500 times, he did not, in a rare instance, talk back. And then his master entered the garden of Zhou. And then there was no then. His master never came back. That sword also never returned. Su Li cried for 3 days and 3 nights at the peak of Mount Li, and then went into a daze for 7 days and 7 nights. Only then did he wake up and once again immerse himself in cultivating the path of the sword. However, this time his senior brothers and sisters realized that there was an extra sword at his waist. That sword came from the small town at the foot of Mount Li, from that unremarkable smithy. It came from the hands of an unfamous blacksmith at the time, the grandfather of the current blacksmith, Luo Dagon. Spring passed and autumn came. The years gradually passed. Su Li's path of the sword had just begun, and he left Mount Li for the garden of Zhou. In the following decades, he would enter the garden of Zhou once every 10 years. This naturally also meant that in those decades, the control of the garden of Zhou was always in the hands of humans. The demons were never able to encroach upon it. The reason for this was because he wanted to enter the garden of Zhou. Who could steal the key to the garden of Zhou from under his sword? He had 2 goals in entering the garden of Zhou. First, he wanted to confirm whether Zhou Dufu was dead or alive. If the number 1 expert under the starry sky was already dead, then everything would naturally be over. If he was still alive, he wanted to know just how great the gap between them was, and how much time he, who was at the upper level of ethereal opening, needed to defeat this person. Secondly, he wanted to find that sword that had disappeared in the garden of Zhou. Perhaps the starry sky had never let anyone down, or perhaps the famous sword that shrouded the heavens felt his longing. But when he entered the garden of Zhou for the last time, Su Li actually found it in the forest by the stream. At the same time, this sword also became the first and only sword that had been found since the opening of the garden of Zhou. However, the sword intent of the sword had already completely disappeared, leaving only the body of the sword. Although the material of the sword was still a rare and precious treasure that was hard to find in the world, it was no longer the sword of the past. The famous sword was the same as before, only the elegance was no longer there. Su Li stood by the stream in silence for a very long time, before finally accepting this fact. The sword was still there, but the sword intent was no longer there. It turned out that his master really was no longer there. Bringing the sword that had already lost its soul, Su Li left the garden of Zhou and went to the distant Wenshui Tangs. He found the Tang old master, who would occasionally personally take action, hoping that he could think of a way to revive the sword. What sort of status did the Tang old master have? How could he care about the almost idiotic request of a second-generation disciple of the Mount Li sword sect? Su Li only did one thing. He stood on the stone dam hidden deep in the mountains of the Wenshui Tangs. In a single night, he broke through several realms from the upper level of ethereal opening to the peak of star condensation. As the wealthiest person on the continent, the Tang old master was most skilled at recognizing goods. He knew that Su Li was displaying his value to him, and he admitted that Su Li definitely had this value. As a result, he changed his mind without hesitation and began to purchase precious materials from all over the place, attempting to revive the famous sword according to Su Li's request. Regretfully, not even the Wenshui Tangs were able to completely fulfill Su Li's request. His recollection ended here. Because of what happened afterwards, even he, who was always the most free and unrestrained, or perhaps the most thick-skinned, still felt rather embarrassed. He gazed at the shadow in the night sky and sensed the demon lord's unfathomable will. With a slight sneer, he thought, if that sword could come back to life and I'm holding it in my hand, what do you have to say about it? The shadow in the sky grew lower and lower, as if it wanted to connect with the distant plains. Chen Changsheng gripped the yellow paper umbrella and looked at this scene, as well as the cold and deathly stillness in the eyes of those terrifying monsters in the monster tide. He did not know why. He did not know that the shadow in the sky was the projection of the Great Peng. He did not know that this Great Peng that was already half a step into the divine domain was Zhou Dufu's mount. He also did not know that the sword intent returning to the yellow paper umbrella meant that the sword pool could appear at any time. To that terrifying Great Peng, this was a great provocation. Nang's black hair draped over her shoulders. It was soaked by the rain and appeared extremely messy. Her small face was pale, and the indifference in her eyes had long since been replaced by anger. In the previous exchange, even though they were separated by over 100 zhang, that swift and fierce sword intent had still injured her. She did not understand why the sword intent would become so terrifying after entering the yellow paper umbrella. So what if your sword intent is powerful? You don't understand sword styles. How long can you last with just sword intent? Hearing the voice of this little demon girl, Chen Changsheng originally wanted to say something, but in the end he did not. He had no way of solving this problem. And in reality, even if he solved the problem of the sword intent not being able to be consumed endlessly, he still had no way of solving the monster tide that was like an ocean around the mausoleum. With a clear, angry cry, a cold wind suddenly rose on the divine path. The heavy and wet skirt fluttered, and the rainwater shifted. Nank raised her sword and slashed again. 2 sword glows shot out from the edge of the Southern Cross sword. Like 2 rivers of stars, they followed the perfectly straight divine path and slashed towards Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng raised the yellow paper umbrella to meet them. Several hundred tiny sword gusts appeared on the surface of the umbrella, accompanied by the densely packed sounds of cutting. The unimaginably swift and fierce sword intent directly cut apart the 2 rivers of stars, and then instantly chopped them into countless pieces. The stone platform in front of the main entrance of the mausoleum was filled with specks of starlight, floating like a sea of fireflies. Just at this moment, the sound of a zither rang out. The ground at the bottom of the divine path had long been soaked by the torrential rain. The old man sat cross-legged in the rain, with the zither placed horizontally in front of his knees. He lowered his head and concentrated on playing a tune. The old man was an elder of the Candle Shadow Shamans, and he was most proficient in spiritual attacks. The zither sounds that seemed like gurgling water hid many dangers. The rain fell from the sky, and along with the tapping of his old fingers, they plucked the zither strings. Then they were shaken into a mist by the vibrations of the zither strings, accompanied by the clanging or gentle zither sounds. A few objects faintly appeared in the mist. Those were not real objects, but powerful spiritual wills. They were like mountain ghosts or like shamanic tigers. They suddenly left the zither on the old man's knees, and like a hurricane, they arrived on the stone platform. They did not blow away the specks of starlight that were like a sea of fireflies, but they very strangely avoided the yellow paper umbrella. They turned into several gusts of cold wind and landed on Chen Changsheng's face. At this critical moment, I did not hesitate to write about this famed sword that had disappeared. Everyone should understand the reason. From the very beginning, this large article in the Garden of Zhou was to rely on this sword to add luster to me. I hope that the final result will satisfy me and everyone else. I wish everyone a happy weekend. See you tomorrow. Also, the update was later than expected. Although it was still before 11, the reason for this is because I ate hot pot at night. I don't know if it was because I ate too much or some other reason, but I felt very uncomfortable and annoyed. Fine, I guess I ate too much. Chapter 329. The wind was a little cold, piercing his face with a slight pain. However, it was just a cold wind, not a spiritual attack from the zither-playing elder. Those misty thoughts that were like mountain ghosts and shaman tigers seemed to have avoided the yellow paper umbrella. But how could they actually avoid it? The yellow paper umbrella in Qin Changxing's hands was made from countless precious materials of the Wunshui Tangs. It was personally forged by the old master of the Tang clan. If the umbrella wielder's cultivation was high enough, he could completely block out all spiritual attacks. Even if his current cultivation was not high enough, it was still enough to block out Black Robe's inspection from outside the Garden of Zhou. What could the mental attack of the zither-playing old man amount to? However, the zither-playing old man's attack represented a dangerous signal. This meant that Nank was finally no longer maintaining her pride. It was highly likely that the demon experts would attack together and surround him. This fact made Qin Changxing very vigilant. Teng Xiaoming and Lu Wan'er, this demon general couple, had always quietly and silently stood at the bottom of the divine path. They were just as low-key as their names were, but he had never forgotten the terrifying strength that this demon general couple had displayed by the lake on the other side of the cliff. In reality, this demon general couple were both true experts at the upper level of star condensation. Besides the 5 saints, the storms of the 8 directions, and peerless experts like Su Li, who could say that they could easily defeat them. For the sake of entering the Garden of Zhou, the demon general couple had forcefully lowered their cultivation, only retaining the strength of the upper level of ethereal opening. However, with their battle experience and awareness, in terms of battle prowess, it was extremely possible that they were even stronger than Nank. Nank's sword energy had not been completely shattered by his sword intent. The starlight that was like a sea of fireflies still resolutely danced in front of the yellow paper umbrella. His gaze passed over the edge of the yellow paper umbrella and Nank's shoulder, falling below the divine path. His expression suddenly turned cold. He saw that in the wind and rain, Lu Wan'er was looking at him with a smile. She seemed very gentle and quiet, like a mother leaning against the door waiting for her son's return. However, the middle-aged man with a simple and honest face was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? All of a sudden, the sky above the spirit path resounded with an explosive sound like spring thunder. The cold wind blowing through the mausoleum seemed to freeze in that instant, but the falling rain became even more violent. Qin Changxing looked up and saw a black dot appear in the gloomy sky. The black dot fell with the torrential rain, faster and faster. In a very short period of time, it had become countless times bigger, and in his eyes it was like a mountain. The 24th demon General Teng Xiaoming had transformed into a heavy mountain peak. In his hands, he grasped a seemingly ordinary carrying pole. He condensed the wind and urged the rain to descend from the sky, whistling through the air with an incomparably berserk momentum. Seeing this scene, Qin Changxing's face instantly paled, but his eyes were still as calm as before, without the slightest fear. The short sword in his right hand pierced through the curtain of rain and moved forward. The yellow paper umbrella in his left hand was currently blocking Nank's 2 rivers of stars, as well as the full-powered pounce of the Wu Hu from the zither. It was impossible for him to move. If he wanted to use the yellow paper umbrella to block Teng Xiaoming's heavy blow, then he could only hide in the yellow paper umbrella. However, if he did that, he would have no way out and could only passively take a beating. Therefore, he did not choose to do that. He chose to draw his sword. In such a tense moment, he did not forget to send a strand of sword intent from the yellow paper umbrella into the dagger. A huge boom rang out. The stone platform in front of the mausoleum's main entrance began to shake violently. The rainwater on the ground was like frightened ghosts, tearing and transforming in an attempt to escape, turning into a large mist. In the corner behind the mist, Su Yurong was affected by the shaking. Her face instantly paled and she could no longer endure it. It was extremely uncomfortable, so she closed her eyes and began to adjust her breathing to resist. The mist fell. Qin Changxing was still standing in his original position, only he was a bit shorter than before. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that his 2 feet had actually sunk deeply into the hard limestone ground, all the way to his knees. Tang Xiaoming's heavy blow that fell from the sky like a mountain was truly too terrifying. Qin Changsheng relied on the dagger and the strand of sword intent to forcefully receive this heavy blow. Even though his body had been bathed in the true blood of the black dragon, it still felt like it was about to shatter. From the center of his eyebrows to his collarbone to his neck and then to his ankles, every single bone in his body was in unbearable pain. His right hand constantly trembled, like an old man with a serious illness. If it were not for the fact that he knew that he would definitely die without his sword, how could his right hand still hold onto the hilt of his sword? Tang Xiaoming stood within the torrential rain, his face expressionless. The carrying pole that he held in his right hand was actually an iron rod, as thick as a normal person's arm. It was forged from the Demon Mountain's secret iron, mixed with 2 taels of meteorite, true gold, making it incomparably hard. On the battlefield of the snowy plains, who knew how many experts of the great Zhou army had been smashed to death by it? At this moment, tens of extremely deep sword marks had appeared on this iron rod, especially the tip, which had even been cut in half. The iron rod and Chen Changsheng's dagger had only clashed for an instant, but it had already been cut into so many sword marks. It had to be said that the sharpness of that dagger had already reached an unimaginable level, and that sword intent was even more powerful and swift, to the point of causing one's heart to tremble. However, Tang Xiaoming did not have any reaction to this. He looked at Chen Changsheng in silence, like a true mountain peak. No matter how violent the wind and rain were, it still could not shake his body in the slightest, giving off an exceptionally solemn feeling. This was a true expert. Chen Changsheng looked at the demon male standing within the rain and naturally had this thought, but then had even more thoughts. Just as Nank had said before, he could only display 1,000th of the true power of that sword intent. So how could he defeat such a powerful opponent? Most importantly, with his current level of strength, if he wanted to block or even defeat this iron rod, the combination of that sword intent and dagger was far from enough. He needed a sword that could better display the power of that sword intent. He needed an even heavier sword. Just as he was thinking of these things, Tang Xiaoming once again raised the iron rod in his hand. The iron rod that was densely covered with sword marks seemed even more frightening than before, and the torrential rain around the iron rod suddenly dispersed. A sound like thunder resounded upon the divine avenue. The iron rod whistled through the air, and all the wind and rain in its path dodged. At this moment, Nank's sword energy had already been completely shattered by the sword intent emitted by the yellow paper umbrella, and the zither-playing old man's mental attack had also been blocked. At this moment, Chen Changsheng could attempt to use the yellow paper umbrella to receive the iron rod. His face was still pale, but it was not because he was nervous, but because the rain was too cold. It was also because he was uneasy about the last thought that appeared in his mind. He could use the yellow paper umbrella to receive the iron rod, but he did not want to. This was because he had a faint feeling that although the sword intent attached to the yellow paper umbrella was incomparably powerful, it was not the best way for him to receive the iron rod at his current level. He still felt that he needed an even heavier sword. In reality, other than the yellow paper umbrella, he had no other choice because he did not have a heavier sword. But he felt that he should have a heavy sword. Just as this thought appeared in Chen Changsheng's mind, a strange change occurred somewhere in the plains to the south of the mausoleum. The rain in the distance was much lighter than the rain in the mausoleum. The surface of the water in the grass was softly beaten by the fine rain, but suddenly, for some reason, the ground of the plains sank as if it was collapsing. The puddles of water in the plains and the rain in the sky were instantly condensed into a ball of water, becoming incomparably dense, as if there was an extremely heavy object underground that was currently attracting everything in its surroundings. An angry whistle resounded from the depths of the dusky sky. This whistle came from the Great Pung. Just what item was about to appear that could actually make it so angry? He could even hear its vigilance and unease. The heavy iron rod broke through the wind and rain on the divine path, arriving in front of the main entrance of the mausoleum. It was only a dozen or so zhang away from Qinchangshan, yet he did not raise the yellow paper umbrella. Instead, with a clear cry, he sheathed the dagger. He himself did not know why he did this. Why did he sheath the dagger? Just at this moment, a loud rumble resounded from outside the mausoleum, as if true wind and thunder had arrived on the ground. Compared to the sound of wind and thunder, the sound of wind and thunder carried by the iron rod was like the sound of firecrackers that children made during the New Year. A black object broke through the torrential rain, arrived in front of Chen Changshan, and then stopped moving. It was a sword, pitch black, forged from some unknown material. There were no designs on the body of the sword, nor was it smooth. It seemed especially rough, and did not even have a sword edge, as if it had not completed its forging. In short, this iron sword did not have any special characteristics. It did not emit any qi that would raise one's eyebrows. It was only very wide, very straight, very long, very thick, and very black, so it seemed very heavy. Qin Changshan wanted an even heavier sword. As a result, a heavy sword appeared before his eyes, quietly hovering in the storm. The hilt of the iron sword was slanted downwards. As long as he extended his hand, he would be able to easily grasp it. The posture of the iron sword was too comfortable, so comfortable that he did not even think before raising his hand. His right hand passed through the seemingly still curtains of rain and grasped the hilt. The hilt of the iron sword was also very thick, very rough. His palm and the surface of the hilt seemed to completely merge together, and he could clearly feel a heavy feeling. At this moment, something happened. The strand of sword intent attached to the yellow paper umbrella did not listen to the commands of Qin Changshan's divine sense. It passed through his body and entered the metal sword. This was because the metal sword originally had a strand of sword intent. The sword intent in the yellow paper umbrella disdained or did not want to compete with the powerful sword intent. With Chen Changshan's current cultivation level and cultivation in the path of the sword, he was still unable to accurately sense the strength of the sword intent in the iron sword. However, he could clearly sense that the sword intent was just like the iron sword, incomparably heavy. He pulled back his hand and took the iron sword out of the rain. If he wanted to take the heavy iron sword out of the rain, he needed an extremely powerful strength. At the same time, the heavy iron sword also bestowed him with an extremely powerful strength. Afterwards, he swung the iron sword and chopped down at the iron rod that broke through the rain. The iron sword and the iron rod met in the torrential rain. There was an extremely short period of silence, and then there were the continuous explosions of wind and thunder. The rain was shattered, turning into thousands of water arrows. They followed a circle and shot out in all directions. The cliff in front of the main entrance of the mausoleum was riddled with countless deep and small holes. A clear light emitted from the Tong Bao on Su Yurong's back. It protected her, but it could not protect Qin Changshan. Qin Changshan's clothes were filled with tiny holes, like leaves that had been eaten by insects. They floated in the rain, and his face was extremely pale. His 2 feet were still stuck in the hard limestone ground, and there were cracks like spiderwebs all around him. He looked rather miserable. However, he did not retreat a single step. The powerful demon general retreated. He was directly knocked back over 100 zhang and fell heavily into the rain. He constantly spat out blood, and the iron rod in his hand was bent at an extremely exaggerated angle. The sound of the torrential rain was still like thunder, and the entire divine path was deathly silent. Today there will be an early report that will be updated very late. I've said it in the book, in the group, and on the WeChat official account, but there are still some readers who did not see it. Now that I think about it, the simplest method is still to trouble everyone to pay attention to the WeChat official account. That way, if there's something, I can directly tell everyone. Today this is the chapter. Tomorrow it will be over 7,000 words. Chapter 330. The torrential rain continued to fall. Tang Xiaoming stood up with difficulty and wiped away the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the metal sword in Qin Chongqing's hand and was shocked speechless. He thought to himself, just what kind of sword is this? To actually have such a terrifying weight, a thunderous might, and an unimaginably vigorous sword intent? Where did this metal sword come from? Why did it appear in front of the mausoleum? Qin Chongqing knew that this metal sword came from the sword pool. Although up until now he only knew that the sword pool was in this torrential grassland, he did not know its exact location. At the same time, the moment he grasped the sword hilt, he knew the origins of this metal sword. In the history of the path of the sword, this metal sword was extremely famous. It was called the Mountain Sea Sword. Countless years ago, the heavenly tomes turned into countless meteorites and descended into the world, dragging along flowing fire. They landed in the center of the continent, which was the current mausoleum of books. Other than those stone tablets, there were also many remnants of meteorite fragments. The predecessors collected these meteorite fragments and used all methods to refine them. Finally, they refined meteorite metal, which was also known as meteorite true gold. Meteorite metal was different from any other metal on the continent. It was extremely heavy, extremely tough, and could be said to be the best material for forging swords. In reality, most of the meteorite metal on the continent was used to forge a sword. It was also the profound iron-heavy sword in Qin Chongqing's hand. It was as heavy as a mountain and as mighty as the sea, hence its name, the Mountain Sea Sword. The metal rod in Tang Xiaoming's hand was only mixed with 4 taels of meteorite true gold, yet it was as heavy as a mountain. Let alone this metal sword that was completely forged from meteorite metal. Just how heavy was it, and how terrifying was its power? The Mountain Sea Sword was extremely famous in history. No matter if it was on the battlefield or outside the Tang Palace, this sword and its successive masters had performed scenes of sorrow and joy, life and death. It was unknown just how many experts and famous people the metal sword had smashed to death before. However, the person who truly allowed the Mountain Sea Sword to shine was its last recorded master. 1,000 years ago, an expert called Shiku appeared on the continent. He had the bloodline of the White Emperor, and it was said that he cultivated the techniques of the Buddhist sect that had disappeared long ago. Adding on his innate divine strength, in terms of strength and vigor, he could be ranked in the top 3 in history. And when he raised the heavy metal sword in his hand, he could even rival an army of 10,000. Only an expert like this had the right to use the Mountain Sea Sword and unleash the full power of the Mountain Sea Sword. Only the Mountain Sea Sword was worthy of such an exceptional expert. No one knew whether it was Shika who made the Mountain Sea Sword famous, or whether it was the Mountain Sea Sword that made Shika raise countless storms on the continent. In short, when the Iron Sword and the 2 experts met, they won countless battles. With the Mountain Sea Sword in hand, Shika consecutively defeated powerful enemies on the continent. Back then, the head instructor of Scholatry Manor and the Grand Elder of the Longevity Sect were both defeated by him. He was incomparably tyrannical, and some people even believed that he had already entered the Saint Realm. In the end, just like many peerless experts of the past, he walked into the garden of Zhou brimming with lofty sentiments, then left the garden of Zhou in despair. The Mountain Sea Sword never appeared by his side again. After another 3 years, in a very coincidental conflict outside of Yunyang City, he died at the hands of a junior who had just made a name for himself. That question seemed to have finally been answered. Without the Mountain Sea Sword, he seemed to be just an ordinary expert. However, the Pope had a completely different view of this. He believed that the most important thing was that the most important thing that Shika, who had lost at the hands of Zhou ***, had lost was not this sword, but his arrogant and tyrannical heart of the sword. This was the Mountain Sea Sword. If one were to list the 10 most famous swords in the world, no matter who came to choose, this iron sword would definitely be among them. The Mountain Sea Sword was made from the rarest meteoric iron, and it had been forged for the longest time. It was the most precious. No matter who was able to obtain this iron sword, They would definitely be so excited that they would be unable to control themselves, unable to believe their own luck. Qin Changsheng was also very happy. He thought to himself that if he could bring this iron sword out of the garden of Zhou, it would be most suitable for Xian Yuanpa to use. Also, Zhixiu had always said that he wanted a sword, so what kind of sword should he get? Only now did he notice that the top of the iron sword was not naturally straight. The rumor that the mountain sea sword was definitely edgeless was not accurate. Speaking of which, such a divine weapon definitely had a hidden edge hidden within the bluntness. It was just that it had been cut in half. Was it cut in half by that blade? To actually be able to cut off a section of the mountain sea sword. Just how powerful was that blade? And just how powerful was that person? The mountain sea sword had not appeared in the world for close to 1,000 years, only leaving behind rumors. As a result, Ting Xiaoming did not recognize it at the very beginning. However, with just a few glances, he thought about the tremendous power that came from the iron sword, and very naturally guessed the origin of the iron sword. As a result, he was even more shocked. He remained silent and slightly furrowed his brows, thinking about something. Nank also recognized the origin of the iron sword. Her clear and childish voice pierced through the curtain of rain, filled with anger and confusion. This is impossible. How could the mountain sea sword appear in the world for a guy like you? Chen Chongsheng did not say anything. He raised the iron sword and pointed it at her through the wind and rain. Actions were more powerful than words. If the mountain sea sword had not appeared for him, why was it currently in his hands? And you don't even understand the sword style of the mountain sea sword. How could you display such a great power? Nank asked a very important question. Just like what was said before, even if the mountain sea sword and its sword intent existed without a corresponding sword style, with Qin Changsheng's cultivation at the upper level of ethereal opening, how could he so easily defeat a demon general? Qin Changsheng had no intention of hiding it. He said to her, "I've read quite a lot of books." This was what Gohanshi had said to him at the Ivy League gathering last year, and it was also what he had said to Gohanshi. It was also something that only he and Gohanshi had the right to say to each other. No one else could, because no one had read more books than him and Gohanshi. The 3,000 scriptures of the Taoist canon encompassed all the phenomena of the stars. They were as beautiful as jade, and there were also 1,000 methods. Methods were methods. After saying this, Chen Changsheng suddenly missed the Ivy League gathering, missed the capital, missed the Orthodox Academy. The disputes at those times were all disputes of personal feelings. They did not concern life or death, did not distinguish between humans and demons, and did not have shameless assassinations, sneak attacks, or betrayals. Now that he thought about it, those disputes could not help but be somewhat laughable, but also so cute. Compared to the blood in the Garden of Zhou, how could he not miss it? The surroundings of the mausoleum became quiet once again, because the legendary mountain sea sword had appeared. Because Chen Changsheng actually knew how to use the mountain sea sword. Most importantly, it was not sword intent, but a real sword. Not many people knew that a sword had also appeared in the Garden of Zhou, which was then taken away by Su Li. In the eyes of Nank and the other demon experts, the iron sword that Chen Changsheng was holding was the first sword to appear in the history of the Garden of Zhou. What did this mean? This was unprecedented. Whenever there was an unprecedented, it would often be accompanied by thunder and a heaven-shaking change. Just where did this heavy black iron sword come from? Did its sudden appearance mean that the sword pool was about to appear in the world? Would those famous swords of the legends also appear one after the other? What made Nank the most confused and even angry was that she could not understand why the sword pool would help Chen Changsheng. She looked at the dusky plain around the mausoleum and allowed the rain to wash her small, pale face. She squinted her eyes and searched for a very long time, but she still could not find any clues related to the sword pool. This made her even more silent. Could it be that more swords will appear? Will those swords continue to help you? Just like that peerless sword intent and that tyrannical iron sword? Even if they do, could it be that you know all the sword styles? I don't believe it. Nank thought about these things, then extended her hands into the torrential rain. With her movements, the two maids that had always been standing behind her in the rain suddenly paled. Hua Chui's charming face in particular seemed to be in extreme pain, and a stream of blood sprayed out from her lips. Nank's petite body trembled slightly, as if she was about to fall into the rain, but in the end, she did not. An extremely cold qi emitted from her body, mixing with the stream of blood that Hua Chui had spat out. Hua Chui's blood was green. The stream of green blood was not diluted by the torrential rain. After mixing with Nank's cold qi, it instead became even more dense. It was extremely demonic, on the verge of condensing, and the edges faintly undulated. It was a peacock plume. Whoosh! The peacock plume that seemed both real and illusory pierced through the countless curtains of rain and attacked him. The peacock plume was mixed with Nank's true blood. It would ignite upon contact with the wind, fiercely burning along the way. Even the violent falling rain was unable to weaken the fire in the slightest. Instead, it made the flames more and more violent. Ever since he had fled into the plain, he had been treating Su Yurong the entire time. So Qin Changxing was extremely clear on the terrifying aspects of the peacock plume. He did not know if the yellow paper umbrella could endure the burning of the true blood of the peacock. As for the poison in the true blood of the peacock, it made him extremely vigilant. He had to admit that Nank's battle awareness and decisiveness were extremely terrifying. She possessed a maturity and callousness that far surpassed her age. She did not hesitate to use up her most precious true blood precisely to deal with Qin Changxing's sword and umbrella. The might of the black metal heavy sword was unparalleled, tyrannical like the mountains and seas, but it had lost its flexibility, especially in Qin Changxing's hands. The sword intent in the yellow paper umbrella was even more swift and fierce, but things like poison and true blood could not be cut apart. Qin Changxing was not worried that he would be poisoned, but he did not want to be stained with even the slightest bit of that poisonous blood. In the blink of an eye, he used the two swords and the umbrella at his side to think of countless ways to deal with the peacock plume, but he discovered that none of them were perfect. However, if he had that sword, perhaps he could resolve this problem. When this idea arose, even he himself felt that it was very absurd, because it was too inconceivable, too extravagant, too unreasonable. Just why did you have whatever you wanted? No one knew where that sword was. Even if it was in the garden of Zhou, just why? Just why? Just because when he needed a sword intent, that sword intent would appear in his body. When he needed a heavy sword, the heaviest sword in the world, the mountain sea sword, would appear in the rain in front of him, waiting for him to extend his hand and take it. Right now, he needed that sword, so perhaps that sword would appear in the next chapter before 7 o'clock. Yesterday, I mentioned my WeChat official account and a friend asked. I thought that everyone knew about it, but it's on the page. Maoni 1118. This is my WeChat official account. Regarding novel updates, plots, questions and answers, games, peripherals, idle chatter, acting cute, swearing, and other personal matters, they're basically all placed there. Chapter 331. The sword that Qin Changxing wanted was naturally in the garden of Zhou. More accurately, it was in the sword pool. Although he still did not know where the sword pool was, the sword that he wanted was undoubtedly a famous sword, just like the mountain sea sword in his hands. In reality, the sword he wanted was ranked far below the mountain sea sword on the tier of legendary weapons, but in certain aspects it was even more famous than the mountain sea sword. This was because that sword was extremely rare, a sword that Zhou Dufu had brought back from the outside world to the Garden of Zhou. More importantly, that sword was the temple sword of the South Stream Temple. In other words, that sword was the Holy Maiden sword. Qin Changxing did not know that the girl behind him was Su Yurong. Even now, he still did not have any good feelings towards the name Su Yurong. The reason he wanted this sword was naturally not because he wanted to prepare a dowry for his fiancée, but because, according to the legends, the temple sword of South Stream Temple possessed a sacred light that could purify all poisons. It could naturally suppress the blood techniques of the demons. This idea was truly absurd, but it had become a reality. Just when he had this idea, an extremely refreshing feeling suddenly appeared in a certain place in the plains to the south of the mausoleum. The weeds that seemed extremely tired with their heads lowered in the torrential rain once again straightened their waists. Raindrops flowed down the veins of the leaves, and they became 100 times more spirited. An extremely faint sword intent appeared in the boundless vitality, then disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, the sword intent arrived on the stone platform in front of the mausoleum's main entrance. Along with it, a sword appeared. The sword seemed very simple and clean, without any superfluous decorations. It emitted a faint divine aura, greatly illuminating the gloom brought about by the torrential rain. This was the temple sword that Chen Chongqing wanted. He extended his hand into the rain, took the temple sword, and slashed at the incoming peacock plume. The furious cry of a sparrow could be heard from within the raging flames, and then with a hiss, the sparks of fire attached to the peacock plume transformed into smoke. The terrifying poison contained within the bloody flames was instantly purified into nothingness by the sacred light emitted by the temple sword. Silence, absolute silence. Nank's small face became even paler. The two maids behind her opened their eyes wide, their faces filled with disbelief. The zither-playing old man's eyes revealed an expression of fear, and Ting Xiaoming's expression was extremely grave. Suddenly, the sound of rain stopped. Lu Wan-er, who had not acted the entire time, rushed up the divine path. The large pot in her hand transformed into a dark night, covering the temple sword that was still emitting sacred light. Chen Chongsheng let go of the temple sword's hilt and gripped the mountain sea sword again in the rain. He flicked it towards the pot. Only a metallic sound could be heard, and qi surged wildly. The black pot was directly sent flying by the metal sword, opening an opening in the darkness. After the darkness was not the blue sky, but Lu Wan'er's hands. She held a ribbon in her hands. The ribbon was extremely soft and smooth, and when it was wrapped around the mountain sea sword, it actually stopped the heavy metal sword from moving. Just at this moment, Ting Xiaoming, whose mind was connected to hers, gripped the iron staff and once again descended from the rain, smashing towards his head. Just at this moment, there was another strange movement in the depths of the plains. A slender sword passed through the several dozen li of torrential rain like a stream of light and arrived in front of the main entrance of the mausoleum. It was as if it had automatically stuffed itself into Chen Chongqing's right hand that had just let go of the hilt of the mountain sea sword. The hilt of the sword was slender and delicate, giving people the feeling that it was a needle. Chen Chongsheng gripped the sword and thrust it towards Lu Wan'er. The delicate body of the sword seemed to be unable to withstand the baptism of the torrential rain. It constantly trembled on the way, and the tip of the sword moved like lightning, as if it was embroidering something in the rain. He didn't know what sword it was or what sword technique he used, but he felt that it was extremely soft and supple. The sword moves were green, and the flowers were red, and the scene was beautiful. With a swish, the delicate sword was unable to embroider a beautiful picture in the rain. Instead, it pierced through the ribbon around the mountain sea sword. The delicate sword continued to pierce through the droplets of rain. In the end, it arrived in front of Lu Wan'er and pierced her earlobe. If Ting Xiaoming's deformed iron rod had not smashed down, perhaps this delicate sword would have directly pierced through Lu Wan'er's neck. The iron rod pierced through the air. Chen Chongsheng let go of the delicate sword and gripped the mountain sea sword in the rain again. He lifted it up, and it was still a flick. With a deafening sound of collision, the iron rod whistled through the air and landed somewhere unknown. Ting Xiaoming grabbed Lu Wan'er's shoulder without hesitation and frantically retreated. narrowly avoiding Qin Changsheng's next strike. No matter if it was the delicate sword or the mountain sea sword, Chen Changsheng had used the flick for the 3 consecutive strikes. He had picked the thread from the cloth and carried the lantern in the night. He had picked it cleanly and efficiently, and he had picked it extremely naturally. The 3 swords quietly floated in the heavy rain around him. The scene was very shocking. Looking at the temple sword that emitted a faint sacred light, Nank could no longer suppress the shock in her heart. She was even unwilling to think about why the legendary Holy Maiden sword had appeared. She said angrily, "How can you even know the sword style of the South Stream Temple? Could this be the Yu Maiden sword?" Lu Wanner looked at the delicate and slender sword in the rain beside him. She was very shocked and did not notice that a drop of dark red blood had seeped out of her earlobe. In the southeast corner of the continent, there was once a powerful sword sect. The disciples of the sect were mostly women, and it was located in the former land of Yu, so it was called the Yu Maiden sect. It had once produced many experts of the path of the sword, but several hundred years ago, it merged with the South Stream Temple, and then gradually became unknown. As for the South Stream Temple, there was no need to say much. As the holy land of the southern sects of the Orthodoxy, it had always been revered and worshipped by tens of thousands of people. Nank and Lu Wanner were naturally shocked by the appearance of these 2 swords. What they could not understand even more was how Chen Changsheng even knew the sword styles of the South Stream Temple and the Yu Maiden sect. It must be known that these 2 sword styles emphasized divine purification and small details. Very few men would practice them. Chen Changsheng did not explain. He was able to grasp the sword styles of the South Stream Temple and the Yu Maiden sect. At the very least, he was able to grasp the rough moves and sword forms of these 2 sword styles. Other than being well versed in the Taoist canon, the most important reason was his diligence. In the year that he had spent in the Orthodox Academy from Xining Village to the capital, what he had done the most was reading and cultivating. He had studied all the cultivation methods in the world. Other than the youths of the Divine States, 7 laws in the Mount Li Sword sect, there was no one else of his age that was as diligent as him. Looking at Chen Changsheng on the stone platform in the storm, both Nank and Lu Wanner felt extremely uneasy. Amongst the demon experts that had entered the garden of Zhou, Ting Xiaoming was the most taciturn one. In terms of status, he was the 24th demon general. Let alone the lofty Princess Nank, he was not even as high as his own wife. However, all the nobles in Shuilao City knew that this was because he deeply loved his wife. In terms of true battle prowess and insight, he was the strongest one present. As a result, he did not allow the shocking scene in front of him to shake his mind. He extended his right hand into the rain and summoned back his metal rod from some unknown place. He stepped on the divine path, creating a series of splashes. With a howl, he once again attacked Chen Changsheng. The other experts also came to their senses. They knew that they could not allow the battle to continue developing like this. Chen Changsheng, who was already in desperate straits, suddenly obtained the assistance of 3 famed swords. Who knew what would happen next? The sound of air being pierced rang out one after another. A strong gale arose on the divine path, and the torrential rain was blown askew like a weak willow. An extremely serene and clear sound of a zither, carrying an undisguised killing intent, accompanied by several strong gusts of wind, attacked Chen Changsheng at the edge of the stone platform. Just at this moment, a howl suddenly resounded in the rain. This howl was the howl of a sword. It was extremely sharp and resounded through the world. Yet strangely, it was exceptionally deep. It was like the howl of an ancient dragon. In the distant sky, the shadow of the great Peng was slowly descending. Suddenly, it was stopped for a moment by this dragon's howl. The zither-playing old man's complexion suddenly paled. His fingers, which were stroking the zither strings, began to tremble violently. With a few snaps, the zither strings suddenly snapped, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The zither on his knees was instantly dyed red. Just what was this thing? With a howl, it actually possessed such divine might. Just at this moment, a sword pierced through the rain and arrived in front of Qin Changsheng. Its sword intent was extremely arrogant and incomparably tyrannical. Dragon Cry Sword. Lu Wan cried out in surprise. Qin Changsheng took the Dragon Cry sword from the rain and slashed at Teng Xiaoming. The mausoleum suddenly lit up. It was as if an illusory dragon had spouted out from the sword and heavily struck Teng Xiaoming's abdomen. With a terrifying muffled sound, Teng Xiaoming was sent flying several hundred zhang away below the divine path. Who knew how many of his sternum had been fractured? Nank was close. True blood violently burned at her eyes. Qin Changsheng looked at her eyes and suddenly released the hilt of the Dragon Cry sword. He extended his hand into the rain once again. Another extremely bright sword flew over from afar and landed in his hand. He gripped the sword and moved forward. The surface of the sword, which was like water, directly slashed Nank back. Another cry of surprise rang out on the divine path. Autumn Water Sword! This was not the end. This was only the beginning. The sound of the sword piercing through the rain rang out without end. Shocked voices rang out without end. Jade Lake Sword! 8 Zhang Divine Sword! How is this possible? This is the Demon Commander's Banner Sword. The next chapter is before 9 o'clock. Chapter 332. Swords constantly flew over from all parts of the grassland, and then arrived in the rainy sky in front of the mausoleum. A dozen or so swords hovered around Qin Changsheng. Countless qis shook the heavens and the earth. But no matter if it was Teng Xiaoming's tyrannical demonic arts or Nank's burning true blood, he only needed to stretch out his hand to grab a sword from the rain, and then he could break through it with a wave of his hand. Ning Chui and Hua Qiu saw this scene, and their faces paled. They felt that their legs were somewhat weak, and they could barely stand. Some of the swords are long, some are short, some are wide, some are thin, some are tyrannical, some are low-key, some emitted sacred light, and some overflowed with demonic qi. However, they all had a similar characteristic. These swords were all very famous. The Mountain Sea Sword, the Holy Maiden Sword, the Yu Maiden Sword, the Autumn Water Sword, the Jade Lake Sword, the 8 Zhang Divine Sword, the Demon Commander's Banner Sword, the Dragon Cry Sword after several hundred years. These famous swords that had disappeared for a long time finally appeared before the eyes of the people. Now, these swords quietly stopped in the rain. Qin Changsheng stood in the rain of swords. In the end, time was still the most powerful magical artifact. The famous swords of the past were already broken. The one that was best preserved was the temple sword of South Stream Temple, followed by the Mountain Sea Sword. The other swords were more or less damaged. Some of the swords carried the soil of the grassland, and when the soil was gradually washed away by the rain, the rust within was revealed. They no longer had their original elegance, and it made people feel sorrow. However, in the torrential rain, these swords still emitted a cold and proud qi. Nank could not understand, could not accept. Why would these once incomparably proud, famous swords listen to Qin Changsheng's will? No matter how she thought, she could not find an answer. Qin Changsheng himself did not know. He only knew that these once peerless famous swords wanted to leave the Garden of Zhou. However, in the past several hundred years, there were many human and demon cultivators that entered the plains of the unsetting sun. Why did these swords choose him? The most important reason was the strand of sword intent in the yellow paper umbrella. That sword intent had separated from the swords several hundred years ago, and from that day it became the only free soul in the sword pool. It represented those famous swords that could not leave the sword pool, and it constantly released its qi outside the grassland. Qin Changsheng held the yellow paper umbrella, so he could clearly feel that sword intent. When he let the sword intent enter the yellow paper umbrella, it signified the return of an old friend that had once left the sword pool. He had proven his identity to those proud famed swords. But this was not enough. These famed swords had been covered in dust for many years, and their lofty aspirations had long since faded away. If they did not have enough confidence in leaving, they would rather continue to sleep at the bottom of the sword pool. At the very least, they would be able to exist for a few more years. Otherwise, if they gathered the last of their sword intent to make this gamble and failed, it was extremely likely that their swords would break and their wills would perish. Chen Chongqing had to prove to these swords that he had enough perseverance, that he had enough ability to bring them out of the garden of Zhou. The former was not a problem. He was a youth in the prime of his youth. His clean eyes were filled with stubbornness and the desire for freedom. The latter was originally a huge problem. However, after the black dragon's soul entered his body and began to sleep, it was no longer a problem. The Rui jade that black dragon's soul leaving was attached to was currently tied to his wrist. As the rain washed over it, it grew brighter and brighter. This jade Rui was the Tianhai Divine Empress's personal magical artifact and carried her powerful qi. Through his sword intent and the yellow paper umbrella, Chen Chongqing's perseverance and amiability combined with this powerful qi spread throughout the entire plane. Even though those peerless swords were broken, their sword intent still existed. They had followed their masters and seen countless experts. Their experience and knowledge were extremely vast. However, when they sensed the powerful aura emitted from that jade scepter, they were also shocked. Even if Zhou Dufu was still alive, the owner of that powerful qi could still bring them out of the Garden of Zhou, let alone now. Thus, they arrived at Chen Chongqing's side, cloaked in rain. But where were these swords normally? Just where was the sword pool? The rain washed over those old famed swords and also washed over Nang's small face. Her face grew whiter and whiter, just like the temple sword. The flames in her eyes were gradually extinguished, but there was still no fear. Shock and anger were her respect for the history that these swords represented and her disdain for Chen Chongqing, as well as the disappointment she felt from the contrast between the two. This was an intense emotional reaction, but it did not represent anything else. Looking at the dozen or so famed swords floating around Chen Chongqing in the rain, she said after a moment of silence, "Back then you were only defeated by the having blade. Could it be that you want to rebel today?" Those swords did not understand her words and continued to remain silent in the rain. The cold rain dripped down from the demon commander's banner sword, falling from the flat section of the mountain sea sword. They did not answer her. Nank raised the soul wood in her hand. After being soaked by the rain, the black soul would seem even darker and heavier. The monster tied around the mausoleum was already restless. Now, with her action, they became even more berserk. Countless mournful roars of monsters left the ground of the plain, bombarding the place where the rain fell. She did not want to do this, but Chen Chongqing and these swords forced her to do it. At this moment, she could not care so much, even if the mausoleum of Zhou would be defiled by millions of low-class monsters. The soul would suddenly shone brightly. The black sea of the monster tide stirred up countless huge waves, accompanied by countless terrifying roars. The plain began to tremble, and even the mausoleum began to tremble. Countless monsters began to attack. Nank looked at him and yelled, "Chen Chongqing, do you think that by relying on these old and clumsy broken swords, you can survive?" Chen Chongqing looked at the boundless sea of monsters around the mausoleum and said nothing. Not far behind him, Su Yurong leaned against the main entrance of the mausoleum, hugging the Wu Bao and wrapped in sackcloth. Her eyes were closed, and it was unknown when she would wake up again. 7,000 words done. Tomorrow, 6,000 and above, I'll die of exhaustion in the fire beacon. About adding 4 taels of meteoric iron to make it heavier, that was definitely wrong. I often make this kind of stupid mistake. I've already changed a small amount in my manuscript, but I haven't changed it in the main text. I thought it was a method to mock me. Today is Monday, so I'll have to trouble everyone to vote for me. Also, I'll have to trouble everyone to vote for the free golden keyboard. I'll just have to ask everyone to vote for your works. It's been hard on everyone, and it's been hard on me. Chapter 333. When the sword Intent appeared, when the metal sword arrived by Chun Chongqing's side, the monster tide that was like an ocean around the mausoleum had already reacted. Perhaps they were afraid or angry or restless, but they were suppressed by Nank. At this moment, as the soul wood in her hand shone brightly, the restriction suddenly disappeared. How could the tens of thousands of monsters in the grassland hold back any longer? One by one, they madly rushed towards the mausoleum. For a moment, the earth trembled, and the world became dark and gloomy. Even the majestic torrential rain seemed to have an additional smell of blood and filth. Only the terrifying shadow remained silent, although it slowly floated towards the ground. It did not have any intention of displaying its divine might. Perhaps it was because of the Great Pang's performance that the high-level monsters with peak star condensation strength in the depths of the grassland did not follow the monster tide towards the mausoleum. They were not resisting the summons of the soul wood, nor were they resisting Nank's will. Instead, they were more intelligent and vaguely sensed that something even more serious was about to happen, so they were on guard. The seriousness here was obviously related to the Garden of Zhou. Countless monsters transformed into a black tide and surged towards the mausoleum. The quiet plains of the unsetting sun had long become chaotic. The pools of water at the bottom of the grass were torn to pieces by the sharp claws of the monsters and then flattened by the scales. The soil was constantly sent flying, and the clear water became incomparably turbid. It was a majestic and terrifying sight. Just like what was said before, even if a saint was here, they would not be able to kill all the monsters that were endlessly surging towards the mausoleum. They could only escape. Chun Chongqing stood in the torrential rain and looked at this scene. Naturally, he wanted to retreat, but he already had nowhere else to go. Around him, a dozen or so famed swords quietly floated in the rain. These swords had once experienced the vicissitudes of the world, but now they had already experienced the vicissitudes of life. They were either damaged or covered in rust. When they first appeared, they possessed astonishing might, but in the end they were no longer as vigorous as they were in the past. Most importantly, the peerless experts that had once wielded these swords had already passed away. With just these dozen or so damaged swords, it was impossible to block the attacks of the monster tide. If he wanted to become an unfalling reef in the black ocean, he needed even more swords. Chun Chongqing's gaze passed through the heavy curtain of rain and gazed at the grassland surrounding the mausoleum. He looked at the terrifying monster tide, wanting to find even more swords. Those swords should be in the sword pool, but for some reason, they did not appear like the mountain sea sword. They were still waiting for his summons, or perhaps he could persuade them. Only, just where was the sword pool? If you are here, please come out and meet me because I need you. This was his intention. It flowed along the slightly trembling handle of the yellow paper umbrella and into the surface of the umbrella, dispersing into the boundless grassland. He looked at the distant grassland in the misty rain, looked at the grassland groaning under the belly of the flood dragon, and said to the unknown sword pool in his heart, I will take you away from this abandoned old garden. Perhaps you will sleep, but at least it will not be in this grassland that will never have night and cannot sleep peacefully. The monster tide grew closer and closer. The distance to the divine path below the mausoleum was only several li standing at the edge of the stone platform. Chun Chongqing could even clearly see the scarlet mouth of the purple lightning leopard at the very front, as well as the saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth. It was even as if he could smell the stench of the saliva. Right at this moment, he suddenly felt a tremor. This tremor had nothing to do with the beast tide or the storm. This vibration came from the depths of the sea of grass, from the depths of the great earth. It was extremely fine, clearly a bit weak, but it was just that real. The purple lightning leopard was like a bolt of true purple lightning, breaking through the dense water plants and madly charging towards the mausoleum. Its scarlet eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty and berserk chi. Suddenly, a hint of wariness appeared in its eyes, which then split open. Immediately after, the corner of its lips also split open. The dripping saliva mixed with the blood, turning it a scarlet red. It felt danger and madly increased its speed, attempting to break away from the tremor. The tremor was truly very weak. When it reached the ground, it felt very slow. However, the lightning-like purple lightning leopard was unable to break away from the tremor. There was a soft tearing sound in the rain. Crack! The purple lightning leopard's body split into pieces, turning into a dozen or so lumps of blood. As it ran, it scattered, but it still maintained its previous speed. Only after traveling several dozen zhang did it fall to the ground. The scene was extremely strange and terrifying. In the paw prints left behind by the purple lightning leopard, the soft soil constantly churned and a sword slowly appeared. This was a broken sword that only had half a blade remaining. The hilt of the sword was deeply rusted, and the half of the blade was covered in mud. It looked abnormally miserable, no different from scrap metal. The broken sword quietly lay in the mud and grass. The rain continued to fall. With the washing of the rain, the mud on the blade was washed away, but it could not wash away the rust. It was still gray and gloomy, without a single gleam of sharpness. However, it was still slightly lighter. The broken sword incessantly trembled, struggling, attempting to leave the ground. It was like a heavily injured soldier using a crutch to stand up again and kill the enemy. After an unknown amount of time, the broken sword finally left the ground. It flew crookedly towards the mausoleum, as if it could fall to the ground again at any time. In the plains of the unsetting sun, the monster whose speed was second only to the purple lightning leopard was the wind wolf. These monsters were born from the crossbreeding of the wolves of the snowy plains and the demon wolves of the great western continent. They were born with inconceivable speed, and it was said that they were the only monsters on the continent that could successfully hunt red falcons. Of course, this was mainly due to the wind wolves' collective battle prowess and perseverance. The strange death of the purple lightning leopard in front of them did not slow the wind wolf pack in the slightest. As the most loyal and bloodthirsty protector of the mausoleum of Zhou, the leader of the wolf pack received the order from the soul to tear apart all the intruders that dared to enter the mausoleum. Most importantly, the wolf pack was composed of several hundred wind wolves. Even if some of them died to those broken swords, there would always be even more wind wolves that would charge through and then attack the enemy. The wolf pack possessed extremely strong hunting intelligence. In the long period of waiting, the leader of the wolf pack had already led his subordinates to silently push through the other monsters and arrive at the white grass path. This was because the ground here was the hardest and the closest to the main entrance of the mausoleum, making it the most suitable place to charge. The mournful white grass on the white grass path was completely shattered. The wolf pack swept past like the wind. Because their speed was too fast and there were too many of them, they brought with them an ear-piercing howl. However, in the next moment, the howl of the wind was replaced by another kind of howl. That howl was even more mournful, or perhaps even sharper. It was the sound of sword intent piercing through the air. The strand of white hair on the head of the wind wolf leader was severed by the wind. That strand of white hair was the most distinct characteristic that distinguished the wind wolf from the other wolf breeds. It was also this strand of white hair that bestowed the wind wolf with a divine soul, allowing them to possess the speed of the wind. Now, this strand of white hair had been severed. The wind wolf leader let out an angry and unwilling howl. However, even this howl could not be completely emitted. It stopped in the middle, as if it had been severed by a sword. Countless cracks appeared on the white grass path. Those cracks were parallel to the direction of the mausoleum. They were like countless straight lines, blocking the path of the wind wolf pack's charge. As long as a wind wolf crossed this straight line, it would be sliced apart by an invisible force. The wolf's paw that stepped on the hard ground broke. The wolf's shoulder that carried the flying white grass broke. The wolf's tail broke. The wolf's waist broke. The wolf pack formed from several hundred windwolves. In the instant those cracks appeared, they all broke. It was as if someone had dumped a large basket of stones on the ground, and the white grass path was filled with crashing sounds. Countless windwolf corpses were chopped into pieces, constantly rolling on the white grass path. Some of them rolled into the swamps on the side of the path, while others were directly chopped into pieces by even more sword intent. On the path to the mausoleum, there were broken limbs and corpses everywhere. Dirty blood sprayed everywhere, turning the white grass path into a bloody path. The stench of blood was extremely pungent. As the stench of blood spread into the sky, the sword intents in the cracks also followed the rain and rose into the sky. Several thousand gray vultures flew high up in the sky, strangely quiet. These monsters were powerful and sinister. Back then, even Su Yurong had been forced to burn the last of her heavenly phoenix Trueblood in order to kill that flock of gray vultures. They did not roar like the other monsters. Instead, they quietly flew towards the mausoleum. It seemed like there was only the sky between them and the mausoleum. There was nothing blocking their way, making it convenient for them to launch a sneak attack. However, those sword intents had also arrived in the sky. The cracks in the grassland also seemed like they wanted to rip apart the sky. Countless miserable cries suddenly rang out. Countless broken feathers floated down. And what fell even faster to the ground of the grassland was a bewitching color of blood. Several thousand gray vultures fell one after another. For a moment, they seemed even more concentrated than the torrential rain. The countless monsters that charged towards the mausoleum all split apart, turning into mangled chunks of flesh and blood. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the grassland. The wild grass was chopped into pieces, and the earth was chopped into gravel. Countless sword intents crisscrossed through, straight into the sky. Even the dark clouds high up in the sky were chopped into pieces, turning into countless shreds that floated in frustration. The torrential rain actually stopped just like that. The setting sun that did not seem like a sun at the edge of the grassland finally had the opportunity to shine its warm red rays of light around the mausoleum. There were corpses of monsters everywhere. Occasionally, there would be a few heavily injured monsters that did not die, constantly letting out miserable cries. The monster tide that surged towards the mausoleum stopped for a moment. They did not dare to continue forward, slowly rising and falling. This was a blood-red world. The black sea of monsters had also gradually turned into a calm red sea. After the mausoleum and the monster tide had been drenched by the rain, its color had become extremely dark. At this moment, it looked like a black reef in the middle of a red sea. No matter how fierce the wind and waves were, or how fierce the torrential rain was, it did not move in the slightest. Compared to this blood-red world and the black mausoleum, the truly shocking scene was in the grassland surrounding the mausoleum. A broken sword flew out of the grass with great difficulty, giving off a clear cry. An old sword broke out of the water, carrying with it the sound of muddy water dripping down. An ancient sword broke out of the rock, carrying with it a dull sound of friction. Several dozen swords, several hundred swords, several thousand swords. Perhaps with great difficulty, perhaps with hesitation, or perhaps with joy, they broke out of the swamp and reappeared in the world. Countless swords appeared in the sky above the grassland surrounding the mausoleum. The grassland was filled with pools of water. It was more like a wetland or a grassy swamp. For several hundred years, countless people had searched for the sword pool, but no one had found it. There was not even the slightest clue. This was because no one had ever thought that the sword pool would actually be so large. The sword pool was not a mountain pool, nor was it a cold pool. Those swords had always been in this grassland. This incomparably vast grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see was the sword pool. No, how was this a pool? This was clearly a sea of swords. The grassland was quiet. Chen Changxing stood at the edge of the stone platform, looking at the scene in front of him in silence. Previously, he had already faintly guessed at the truth of the sword pool, but when he personally saw the scene of 10,000 swords appearing, he was still shocked to the extreme. Nank stood on the divine path, looking at this scene with an expressionless face. It was unknown what she was thinking. Ning Qiu covered her mouth to prevent herself from crying out, while her companion, Hua Chui, sat down in the rain. The zither playing old man's face was abnormally pale. The zither in front of him was covered in blood, and he actually did not dare to glance behind him. Tung Xiaoming and Lu Wan withdrew their gazes and looked at each other. They could see the apology and determination in each other's eyes. No one said anything and no one moved. Even the monster tide in the grassland had slowly calmed down. This was because those swords were currently flying towards the mausoleum. Countless swords flew in the warm red light, as if they wanted to cover the sky. As they got closer and closer to the mausoleum, the tens of thousands of swords that had been washed by the rain began to shine with light, like the stars in the sky. That scene was truly very beautiful. However, those swords flew very slowly. They were not as arrogant and powerful as when they had just been born. Countless swords flew to the surroundings of the mausoleum and slowly spread out, as if they were soldiers in formation. The world was filled with sword intent. Those sword intents were once incomparably powerful, but now they were already weak. Interweaving together, they were somewhat messy. These sword intents did not have intelligence, but they did have emotions, all sorts of complicated emotions. To this mausoleum, the sword's emotions were indifference and battle intent. To the youth standing in the mausoleum, the sword's emotions were to see an old friend, to ask him to take them away. That blade was very merciless, but time was even more merciless. These swords had slept in the depths of the sea of grass for several hundred years, and had long been broken beyond repair. In the instant that they left the grassland, these swords had already exploded with their greatest strength. Yes, these swords were already old, covered in rust, and on the verge of decay. Right now, these swords were heavily injured soldiers, and they were old men walking on crutches. They should have left the battlefield long ago and returned to the fields of old. But unfortunately, the fields here were not good, and it was not their home. It was only a cage. For several hundred years, there was not a moment that they did not want to leave this grassland, but in the end, only one of their companions succeeded, taking away their thoughts. However, that companion never returned. Until today, when these swords were about to lose all hope, their old friend finally returned to meet them. A youth had returned to this grassland with those thoughts. The swords were old, but the youth was still in his youth. Qin Changxing's desire for freedom, his love for life, was so pure and resolute. Like a cool breeze, he had awakened them. They heard his summons and believed in his will. Thus, their ambitions reappeared. The old swords still had some power, and their broken edges could still kill enemies. Their ambitions were 1,000 li. They wanted to go 1,000 li away, to return to their homeland. I said 6,000 words, but I have to go back on my word today. This chapter only has 4,000 words. The reason is very simple. This chapter has crippled me. All my spirit is in these 4,000 words. If I continue to write, I will write unreasonably. I will make up for the 2,000 words tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will update with 8,000 words. Chapter 334. From today until several hundred years ago, when Zhou Yi disappeared from the continent, countless experts were defeated by Zhou Yi. Countless famous swords were broken by his blade, and they were buried in the grassland of the Garden of Zhou. This grassland was the Sword Pool, or in other words, the Sword Sea. One of the proudest and strongest swords, after preparing for a very long time, began to attempt to leave the grassland and see the light of day again. From the edge of the grassland, it broke through the restrictions and quickly entered the small lake by the grassland. directly entering the world on the other side of the cliff. Like a fish swimming in a large lake, it then circled from the bottom of the lake back to the cold pool at the source of the stream. Using the complicated structure of the world of the Garden of Zhou, it avoided the laws within and finally succeeded. Regretfully, this sword was not completely successful. When it left the grassland, in order to resist the restrictions set by Zhou Dufu, the sword was left in the grassland, resisting the qi emitted by the stone pillars. Only the body of the sword arrived in the forest by the stream, and was gradually covered by fallen leaves. The sword and intent were forced to separate. One day, a disciple of Mount Li called Su Li came to the Garden of Zhou. He walked into the quiet forest and stepped over the rotten leaves. He picked up the sword that was already rusted and no longer had its former elegance. Then he brought it out of the Garden of Zhou. However, the sword intent was still trapped in the grassland, waiting silently and alone. After another several hundred years, a student of the Orthodox Academy called Qin Changxing came to the Garden of Zhou. He held a yellow paper umbrella in his hand. The sword and intent finally met, resulting in the current 10,000 swords soaring through the sky. This history, filled with unyielding and resistance, belonged to the sword and the 10,000 swords. Qin Changxing could not understand turning back time, so he naturally could not understand these details. However, as he held the yellow paper umbrella and stood among the 10,000 broken swords, he gained an even deeper understanding of the emotions transmitted by the sword intent. These swords wanted to leave the Garden of Zhou. Other than that, there was nothing else they wanted. Then they would leave together, just like what he had said to the sword intent before, just like what he had said to Su Yurong. He had also made a promise to the countless swords around the mausoleum. The surroundings of the mausoleum were dusky. The red and warm rays of light became slightly colder, and there was the stench of mud and rust everywhere. Tens of thousands of old and broken swords burst out with hundreds of years of accumulated hatred and power the moment they appeared. At least 1/3 of the demon beasts were killed, and the black beast tide was temporarily suppressed. However, the beast tide was only temporarily quiet. It was impossible for the 10,000 broken swords to continue releasing such a powerful sword intent. As time passed, the beast tide surged again and roared angrily at the broken swords in the sky. It was unknown if it was because the grassland was covered in blood, but the roar seemed even more terrifying and bloody. The sword pool finally appeared. 10,000 swords soared into the sky. Seeing this scene, both the zither-playing old man and the maid paled, almost to the point of despair. Even the expressions of the powerful demon general couple became abnormally serious, and some ominous signs could even be seen in their eyes. However, there was no fear on Nank's small face. She only remained silent for a while. Separated by the countless swords, she looked at Qin Changxing, who was in front of the mausoleum. Her voice was as cold and unyielding as 1,000-year-old ice. "Do you think you can change the ending of this story just like this?" Previously, when the mountain sea sword had broken through the air, she had said something similar to Qin Changxing. At that time, Qin Changxing did not reply. He only gripped the heavy metal sword and pointed it at her from afar. Now he also did not reply. Following his gaze, the several hundred swords in front of the mausoleum slowly turned and pointed at her. Actions would always be more powerful than words. They could be used to persuade people, and they could also be used to kill. Seeing this scene, the corner of Nank's lips slightly perked up. She looked at those swords and said with contempt, "A bunch of defeated swords. How can they be brave?" These swords once possessed a great reputation on the continent. Their masters were all true experts, but in the end, they were all defeated by the Having Blade. Afterwards, they were buried in this grassland by Zhou Dufu. Under the bitter wind, bitter rain, and the endless sunlight, they suffered bitterly for several hundred years. They were either broken or crippled, and their bodies were covered in rust. Nank believed that she was the successor of the Garden of Zhou, So how could she allow these swords to leave? She raised the piece of black soul wood in her hand and expressionlessly looked at the broken swords in the air around the mausoleum. Following her action, the piece of black soul would suddenly emitted light again. However, it was even purer than before, as if it was a luminous pearl that was several thousand times brighter. At the same time, her indifferent voice rang out once again, "Defeat is defeat. You were defeated several hundred years ago, and several hundred years later. You will still be defeated." As she finished speaking, her feet left the divine path, and she slowly floated towards the sky. The remnant rain fell, and her dress and black hair fluttered. The childishness between her brows gradually faded, and only a demonic coldness remained. A powerful aura emanated from her petite body. Several dozen streams of black air, like ribbons, revolved around her body. Chen Chongqing had never looked down on this powerful, or even terrifying, demon princess, not to mention the fact that she was Black Robe's only disciple. It was clear that she was related to the Garden of Zhou, so who knew what other tricks she was hiding? Hearing her disdainful and confident words, he knew that he could not allow the situation to continue like this. With a slight movement of his spiritual sense, a sword broke through the air. The heavy mountain sea sword brought with it a gust of wind as it chopped towards Nank, who was above the divine path. Tun Xiaoming and Lu Wan were already prepared. They rushed up, and with their powerful cultivation, they forcefully blocked the sword. The mountain sea sword was very wide, and a delicate sword was hidden behind it. In the moment of life and death, Chen Chongqing had also learned to use such cold and sinister methods. That delicate maiden sword borrowed the cover of the gust of wind created by the mountain sea sword and noiselessly broke through the obstruction of the demon general couple. It arrived in front of Nank, and with a soft swish, it pierced towards the center of her forehead. At this moment, Nank had already closed her eyes. The space between her slightly open brows was snow-white without any emotion, and she did not see the arrival of the delicate sword. The zither-playing old man, who seemed to have lost all hope, gave a loud shout and stepped on the floating zither strings. He took a few steps in the air and blocked in front of Nank, using his own body to block the delicate sword. With a squelch, the delicate sword pierced through the zither-playing old man's throat, and blood sprayed out. In the gust of wind, the metal sword that was as heavy as a mountain suppressed the demon general couple. The zither-playing old man's corpse was currently falling towards the ground. Although he had blocked the maiden sword for an instant, Nank had still not woken up. How could Chen Chongqing miss this opportunity? He extended his hand and took the broken demon commander banner sword from the air, and from a distance of several hundred zhang, he chopped towards Nank. In the sky above the divine path that was drizzling with rain, there was suddenly the sound of a surging wind, as if there was an invisible flag fluttering. The battle flag fluttered, and the sword intent courageously advanced. The demon commander banner sword that had its front half broken gave off a piercingly cold sword glow. Chen Chongqing did not know the banner sword, but he wanted to try and see if he could use the sword style of the demons to break the defense of the demon princess. Unfortunately, he did not have the chance to see the result of this strike, because a warning suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. It made him forcefully pull back the demon commander banner sword that was about to strike and hold it horizontally in front of his eyes. Clang! The remaining half of the demon commander banner sword violently trembled in the air at the edge of the stone platform, giving off a somewhat unwilling cry. Chen Chongqing felt a sharp pain in his wrist. If it were not for his astonishing willpower, the demon commander banner sword would have already left his hand. Where did the arrow come from? Looking around the main entrance of the mausoleum, he did not see any arrows. He only saw a hair slowly floating down from the divine path. Could it be that the thing that struck the demon commander banner sword was not an arrow, but hair? He looked at the grassland below the mausoleum. In the center of the black ocean formed by the monster tide, the figure of a monster the size of a mountain slowly appeared. The first chapter will be written rather slowly today. In any case, I'll write 8,000 words in the end before going to sleep. Chapter 335. As the soul wood in Nank's hand began to glow once more, the monster tide that had been shocked into silence by the birth of myriad swords began to rage once more. In the depths of the monster tide, that massive figure remained as stable as a mountain. It was a monster bull, the legendary monster bull. The reason the word legend was used was because in the records of the Taoist canon, this kind of demon beast had been completely exterminated by the human race and the devil race countless years ago, and it was also because this kind of demon beast was extremely formidable that it had already become a sort of legend. The monster bull possessed the powerful battle prowess of an upper-level star condensation cultivator. Although its spiritual sense was not developed and it did not possess true intelligence, so it could not be completely equivalent to an upper-level star condensation human expert in the forests and wastelands it lived in, it definitely possessed the same level of lethality as a human expert of the same level, perhaps even stronger. This was because it was an extremely rare monster that excelled in long-range attacks. The monster bull's body was as massive as a mountain, its body naturally covered in a layer of extremely hard armor. The tip of its single horn could pierce through solid stone. Its greatest characteristic, and also its most frightening aspect, was its slender tail covered in black hair. When it crouched, its slender tail would coil into a pile on the ground. But when it encountered an enemy or prey, that slender tail would stand up, wrapping around the single horn on its head and transforming into a bowstring. Its body would transform into a massive bow. This was a very mystical matter, but even more incomprehensible was that the arrows used by this massive bow, which was as large as a mountain, were actually those tiny hairs on its tail. It was also unknown just what these black hairs were made of. On the body of the monster bull, they were as soft as cotton, but once they were shot out by the tail, they became as hard as steel. They were as fast as lightning and simply impossible to dodge. The battle prowess of an upper-level star condensation cultivator, coupled with such strange and difficult to defend against attacks. In the process of the humans and demons conquering the continent, countless experts had been killed by this terrifying monster. The monster bull's reputation spread far and wide, to the point where some people began to suspect that its body contained the blood of the unicorn. Of course, this conjecture did not receive too much approval. Who knew how many single-horn monsters lived in the depths of the continent's cloud mountains? How could such a pure and wholly divine creature like the unicorn leave behind such bloodthirsty descendants? As he watched those monster bulls slowly straighten their massive bodies in the monster tide that were like mountain peaks protruding from the ground, Qin Chongqing's hand, gripping the demon commander's banner sword, felt rather cold. Even from dozens of miles away, he seemed to be able to see the eyes of this demonic beast. It was a pair of eyes that were as small as a grain of rice, emitting a faint, eerie light, making it look especially terrifying. This was just a feeling, but he was very sure that this demonic beast could see his eyes. Otherwise, how could it threaten him from so far away? Qin Chongqing knew that this terrifying monster would soon launch an endless stream of long-range attacks at him. But before dealing with those filament arrows that contained an infinite amount of power, he still had to solve many other problems, such as the indistinct chirping sound that came from the front of the Divine Avenue, as well as the thunderous rumbling sounds that came from within the monster tide. The chirping sound was very weak. If one didn't know how terrifying the owner of the voice was, they might even think it was cute. Qin Chongqing remembered very clearly that in the 4 Seas scroll of the Taoist canon, there was a powerful demonic beast that was called by this name. This demonic beast was called the Earth Monkey. Its body was thin and small, its fur an earthy yellow, its fangs and neck extremely long. It could stand like a human, and when it ran, its 4 limbs were on the ground, making it incredibly fast. Moreover, its fangs and claws were incomparably sharp and could be said to be indestructible. It had an extremely bloodthirsty and cruel temperament, loving to eat humans the most. Most frightening of all was that this demonic beast was extremely skilled at moving underground, almost as miraculous as moving through the earth. Its movements were extremely difficult to track. Even opponents much stronger than it would often be caught off guard, successfully ambushed by it and then devoured to death, a gruesome sight to behold. What made him most wary and uneasy was still the sound of thunder from within the sea of the monster tide. The sound of thunder came from the ground of the grassland splitting open, not from the invasion of sword intent, but from an incomparably powerful, demonic beast tearing open the ground and angrily roaring. He looked at that terrifying mountainous figure in the monster tide and knew that this demonic beast had not completely stood up, but was bent over in search of a weapon. The weapon could be a mountain, or it could be those hard rocks beneath the soft earth. The larger and heavier the rock, the easier it was to use. This demonic beast was called the mountain-toppling fiend. It was 28 jong tall, had a long mouth and coiled horns, and possessed unimaginable brute strength. When it was enraged, it could even topple a mountain, then use the mountain as a weapon, the crushed stones as stars, and the winds it breathed were like blades. It was incomparably valiant. It was ranked third on the ranking of earthly beasts of the pavilion of divination. The monster bull, the earth monkey, the mountain-toppling fiend were all names that had the qualifications to enter the Taoist canon. They were all extremely powerful and terrifying demonic beasts. They had already become legends, or perhaps forgotten by people. However, who could have imagined that in this day and age when the continent was ruled by the humans and demons, they would still be seen in the grassland of the Garden of Zhou? The laws of the world of the Garden of Zhou had a compulsory requirement for the cultivation of humans, but it did not seem to affect these demonic beasts. It was no wonder that in the past several hundred years, all the human cultivators and demons that had entered the plains of the unsetting sun had no way of leaving. They had probably already become food for these terrifying demonic beasts. A black hair flew over from the horizon, almost causing the demon commander's banner sword in Chun Chongqing's hand to fall. The chirping sounds near the mausoleum and the rumbling of thunder in the distant grassland entered his ears, causing his face to become abnormally pale. In just an instant, he felt that death had arrived. Previously, because of the shadow, these high-ranked demonic beasts had always remained silent. Now that the 10,000 swords were in the air and Nank was dancing in the rain, they were no longer silent. As a result, 3 unimaginably powerful qis began to spread out in front of the mausoleum, and then they became more and more violent. Chun Chongsheng was only at the upper level of ethereal opening. Even if there were 10,000 broken swords by his side, it would not change this fact. These 3 monsters at the upper level of star condensation, whether in terms of cultivation or strength, were all oppressive. It was even somewhat difficult for him to resist the pressure of these 3 monsters. What should he do? Now that he thought about it, they had come all the way from the edge of the grassland to the mausoleum of Zhou. If Nank had not used the soul wood to order those monsters not to attack in order to follow them, perhaps they would have already died on the road. As for why Nank did not let those monsters lead the way, they had some sort of conjecture. These demonic beasts don't necessarily listen to you completely. Chun Chongsheng looked at the huge shadow in the sky and imagined the legendary monster that was already half a step into the divine domain behind the shadow. After a moment of silence, he looked at Nank and said, "The remnant rain fell from the shattered clouds in the sky, dripping." Nank closed her eyes, her black hair wildly dancing behind her petite body. The soul would floated in front of her, growing brighter and brighter, as if it was about to become transparent. She did not pay attention to his words, or perhaps she did not hear them at all. The monster tide continued to sweep towards the mausoleum. The nearby grassland that had just been dyed blood red was very quickly covered by a black sea once more. The sinister chittering grew weaker and weaker. This did not mean that the terrifying earth monkey had already left. On the contrary, it meant that it was preparing to attack. The mountain-toppling fiend finally found a stone protrusion that was several zhang long in the pool of water in the grassland. It stood up, and as a result, a hill appeared in the monster tide. Behind the black sea, the monster bull silently gazed at the mausoleum. Its eyes, which were the size of grains of rice, emitted a dim light that fell on Chen Changxing's body. Its thin tail curled around the single horn on its head. It was extremely taut, and at least several thousand black bristles were densely arranged on its surface. Chen Changxing could not defeat these 3 high-level monsters, but he was not afraid. His eyes were still bright, like the brightest speck of light among the 10,000 broken swords in the sky around the mausoleum. Around the mausoleum, a cold wind blew, and the 10,000 swords hummed. In the distance, the monster tide was like a sea, and the great beasts were like mountains. The mountain sea sword flew back in front of him, trembling slightly. Both movement and silence were incompatible. The sword beasts would eventually fight. If these broken swords acted on their own and fought with the monster tide, they would probably fall very quickly and perish. But now he was here. The 10,000 swords were an army. They were either the soldiers, the vanguard, or the center of the formation. He was the general. How should he lead the 10,000 swords in this battle? He did not know. Even though he had read the Taoist canon since he was a child and had memorized the countless secret cultivation manuals stored away in the Orthodox Academy, it was still impossible for him to learn 10,000 sword styles. No one could do this. Then, how should he control these 10,000 swords and have them display their greatest power? He gripped the yellow paper umbrella and felt the information transmitted by the sword intent. Entering the grassland, coming to the mausoleum of Zhou, and the appearance of the sword pool. Everything was related to that sword intent. Perhaps that was the answer. He sensed the pride and steadiness of the sword intent. Pride and steadiness were 2 completely different emotions, even vaguely conflicting. It was basically impossible for them to appear on the same sword or the same person at the same time. Strangely, Chen Changxing felt that the mixture of pride and steadiness in the sword intent was very familiar to him. It was not the kind of familiarity that came from reciting the Taoist canon backwards, but a true familiarity. He had seen it with his eyes, felt it with his heart, and even fought with it. It was very simple for him to understand. This was the sword intent of Mount Li. He had once felt it on the bodies of those young geniuses of Mount Li. Guan Feibai was arrogant and conceited to the point of being cold. Go Hanqi was calm and gentle to the point of being amiable. Liang Banhu was taciturn to the point of being trustworthy, and Qi Jian possessed all 3. As it turned out, this sword intent came from Mount Li. He silently gazed at the yellow paper umbrella in his hand. Even now, he still did not know that this sword intent belonged to the legendary heaven-shrouding sword, but he knew what he had to do. Even if Zhou Dufu came back to life, he would not be able to use 10,000 sword intents to control 10,000 broken swords and use 10,000 sword styles, much less him. However, he could use this sword intent from Mount Li to control 10,000 broken swords and use the 10,000 sword styles of Mount Li. The only problem he needed to solve was how to simultaneously control 10,000 strands of spiritual sense. He only needed to solve one problem, and that problem would often be the most difficult problem to solve. Even the metaphysicians of the Li Palace, who were the most imaginative, would not believe that there was a person who could divide the spiritual sense into 10,000 strands. There was no need to even try, but Chen Changxing wanted to try. His left hand gripped the handle of the yellow paper umbrella, and his spiritual sense moved quickly, controlling the sword intent in the umbrella to disperse into the sky around the mausoleum. In an instant, it came into contact with those broken swords, and he could clearly feel the remaining sword intents in those broken swords. Those sword intents were already exhausted or weak, and some sword intents were even so faint that they were hard to detect. He respectfully and firmly requested those sword intents to temporarily give up their positions and hand over control. The tyrannical mountain sea, sword agreed. The reserved temple, sword agreed. The 10,000 swords in the sky around the mausoleum all agreed. There was still one more chapter. Chapter 336. All the swords agreed, including the sword that flew the highest in the sky in front of the mausoleum. It was the brightest sword that was so dazzling that it was also the proudest. It did not object, but that sword trembled and hummed. It seemed to be somewhat contemptuous of the sword intent that had entered its body, and did not care about its origins at all. Right now, the Mount Lee sword intent had already connected the 10,000 swords. What he needed to do was use this sword intent to make the 10,000 swords display sword moves. Since it was the Mount Lee sword intent, he obviously had to display the Mount Lee sword style because of his engagement with Suyu Rong and the many things that had happened in the capital. In the eyes of many people, the Orthodox Academy and the Mount Lee sword sect, as well as him and the Divine State's 7 laws represented by Choshanjun, had an unresolvable grudge. However, what was interesting was that what he knew the most was the Mount Lee sword style. This was because the secrets of the Mount Lee sword style had always been by his side, and also because ever since he started cultivating, the genius opponents he encountered all came from Mount Lee. The Mount Lee sword sect was the sword that guarded the mountain of the southern sections. They had cultivated the path of the sword for generations, and had created countless sword styles since ancient times. There were over 30,000 sword moves that had the qualifications to be recorded in the secrets of the Mount Lee sword style, and he had already firmly memorized them in his mind. Of course, it was impossible for him to completely grasp the sword intents needed for those sword moves in a short year, but now, with the assistance of the Mount Lee sword intent in the yellow paper umbrella, he had no problems using the Mount Lee sword style. The greatest problem was still his spiritual sense. How many strands of his spiritual sense could he split into? How many swords could he control to use the Mount Lee sword style? In the sky that had just cleared up after the rain, Nank closed her eyes. Her small face was pale, and her black hair danced in the wind. The soul would glowed brightly, urging the monsters to attack the mausoleum. At the same time, she was preparing for the final attack, looking at her and the black sea of monsters behind her, as well as the 2 terrifying beasts that were like mountains. Qin Chongxing also closed his eyes. The 30,000 sword moves in the secrets of the Mount Lee sword style with an incomprehensible speed seemed to become real images, constantly flashing through a sea of consciousness. Around the mausoleum, there was a series of faint scraping sounds, and then he could faintly hear squeaking sounds. Sometimes it was to the east, sometimes it was to the west, and in an instant it was several li away. It was impossible to determine the location, so it was naturally even more impossible to attack. The sinister and powerful earth monkey had come. Qin Chongxing's eyes were still closed, but he suddenly raised his right arm and pointed towards a certain direction on the Divine Avenue. Following the direction of his finger, the sky in front of the mausoleum resounded with a concentrated and extremely sharp whistle of swords. 100 swords pierced through the air, touching the willow and longing for its return. The 18 bends of the mountain road, falling stream, in front of Mount Tide Horse. These sword techniques were the mountain gate swords of the Mount Lee sword sect. From the first style to the last style, these 100 swords actually used 100 sword moves. This was equivalent to 100 Mount Lee sword sect disciples simultaneously unleashing their sword techniques. Logically speaking, Qin Chongsheng's true essence shouldn't be this abundant, but it shouldn't be forgotten that these swords were burning their own lives. This was their final battle. With his current level of cultivation and the extremely powerful heaven shrouding sword intent, the power of these 100 swords was not something a normal Mount Lee sword sect disciple could compare to. It was the level of an inner disciple of Mount Lee sword sect, or even the Divine State's 7 laws. 100 Liang Banhu, 100 Qi Jians, or in other words, 100 Guan Feibais attacking at the same time. What kind of power would it have? Even a peak star condensation expert would not be able to directly resist its edge. So what about an upper-level star condensation monster? The sword glows crisscrossed in front of the divine avenue, swift and fierce, penetrating deeply into the ground in front of the divine avenue. A mountain gate formed from sword glows stood towering in front of the divine avenue. This mountain gate was majestic and magnificent, solemn and divine, as if it came from Mount Lee. A roar filled with anger and frustration resounded from underground. Immediately after, the ground roiled and split open. The earth monkey turned into a stream of light with a trail of black blood, rushing towards the periphery of the mausoleum with all its might. It had actually been heavily injured in a single move. The 100 swords did not pursue. They slowly drifted up and down in the sky in front of the divine avenue. The mountain gate was faintly discernible, as if it was in the clouds. If there were clouds, there would be moisture. The dark clouds that had been sliced apart by the sword intent slowly drew closer, following the will of nature. Rain once again fell from the sky, although it was much finer. Nank's eyes were closed, and the rain drenched her pale face. The zither-playing old man collapsed on the divine avenue, covered in blood. He was already dead. Ning Chui had fainted, and Hua Qiu had also fainted. Only the powerful demon general couple were still standing. They held a bent metal rod and a broken iron pot, standing below Nank, protecting her. Looking at the mountain gate formed from the 100 swords on the divine avenue, the couple's expressions were grave. With the arrival of the 100 swords, a terrifying upper-level star condensation monster was instantly injured, let alone the fact that their cultivation was suppressed to the upper level of ethereal opening. Even if they recovered their powerful battle prowess from outside the Garden of Zhou, would they be able to withstand this round of berserk sword attacks? What shocked and confused them the most was how could Chun Chongqing's spiritual sense be so powerful? It could actually split into 100 strands and use 100 swords to use 100 sword techniques. Had something like this ever happened on this continent before? The soul wood in front of Nank grew brighter and brighter. The shadow in the sky grew lower and lower, gradually descending below her. The monster tide that was like a black ocean finally arrived around the mausoleum. It spread upwards and began to attack. Countless monsters howled and bellowed. They leapt onto the huge rocks of the mausoleum and quickly climbed upwards. In a very short amount of time, the lower half of the mausoleum was submerged by the monster tide. It was a scene of chaos. The squeezed monsters constantly surged about, and it seemed rather disgusting. The mausoleum was just too big, and the number of monsters was just too many. They were everywhere. The 100 swords on the divine avenue unceasingly slashed and killed, just like a Real mountain gate, but it could not stop the advancement of the monster tide. Chun Chongqing still needed even more swords, and those swords were in the sky around the mausoleum. Standing at the edge of the stone platform in the drizzle, his face became somewhat pale. His eyes were tightly closed, and his eyelashes trembled slightly. Countless moves of the Mount Li sword style were constantly flashing through his sea of consciousness. His spiritual sense and the strand of sword intent passed through the yellow paper umbrella and landed on the bodies of all the swords. 10,000 strands of spiritual sense, 10,000 swords, 10,000 sword glows, 10,000 howls. Countless mournful howls of swords resounded in the surroundings of the mausoleum, instantly suppressing the violent roars of the monster tide and occupying the entire plains of the unsetting sun. Countless swords flew through the air, killing towards the monster tide. The drizzle could not cover up the setting sun at the edge of the plains. The ball of light that did not seem to have any temperature emitted a warm red light that landed on the bodies of those swords. Those swords seemed like they were about to ignite. They danced around the mausoleum, passing through it like golden crows. Golden crows returned to Mount Li. This was a sword move, an extremely powerful sword move. Swish, 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 swish. Countless concentrated sounds of slicing rang out. Several hundred monsters on the southwest side of the mausoleum were chopped in half by the golden rain of swords. several dozen swords scattered in the sky to the north of the mausoleum. The sword energy they left behind was like a flower blooming in full bloom. Flourishing flowers. This was still a sword move. On the ground of the plains, countless deep sword slashes appeared in an instant. The dozen or so flood serpents that were currently surging towards the mausoleum were sliced apart inch by inch. The lump of flesh constantly twitched in the tainted blood. There were also countless swords violently piercing through, fighting against the sharp claws and teeth of the monsters. The blood of the monsters mixed with the luster of the swords, spraying this world. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the cries of swords resounded in the sea of grass. The mausoleum was like a huge fishing boat. 3 chants of the fisherman's song. This was still the mountly sword style. Qin Changxing's face became paler and paler, and his body trembled more and more violently. However, he held the yellow paper umbrella and stood in the drizzle. He did not fall from beginning to end. As a result, those swords continued to fight. Several hundred swords arrived in front of the mountain-toppling fiend that was like a mountain. The mountain-toppling fiend let out an angry howl. The stone pillar in its hand, with an unimaginable power, smashed towards the rain of swords. An explosive roar resounded through the plains. The rain of swords fell slightly, then reformed once again and charged towards the mountain-toppling fiend. Mountain spirit splits the cliff. Star, hook traversing the day. Dewflower leaves stalwart. These were the 3 moves that Qi Jian had used consecutively in the battle against Tang 36 in the Ivy League gathering under Go Hanqi's command. Today, Chen Changsheng had used them to deal with this terrifying monster. On the mountain-like body of the mountain-toppling fiend, several hundred clear sword slashes appeared. Looking at this scene, looking at the countless scenes around the mausoleum, the grave expressions on the faces of Tang Xiaoming and Lu Wan had already disappeared. All that remained was a patch of paleness. On the battlefield of the snowy plains, it was unknown how many experts of the human army they had seen. They had seen even more shocking scenes. Today, in front of the mausoleum of Zhou, they had also seen far too many miraculous things. But at this moment they were still shocked, speechless. Teng Xiaoming's expression was slightly perplexed. Looking at Chen Changxing in the rain, he muttered, How is this possible? Tired. I'll have to trouble everyone to vote for free golden keyboard works and recommendation tickets. Everyone has worked hard. See you tomorrow. Chapter 337. Simultaneously controlling 10,000 swords required 10,000 strands of divine sense. Who could possess such a powerful divine sense? Even if Zhou Dufu were to come back to life, he would probably still not be able to do it. But Chen Changsheng just so happened to be able to do it. As a result, Ting Xiaoming was even more perplexed than shocked. He could not understand this matter. Back then, when he was determining his fated star in the library of the Orthodox Academy, Chen Changxing's divine sense had dispersed into the night sky above the capital. The divine empress had observed the stars and made such an evaluation. The strength of this person's divine sense and the tranquility of his consciousness were extremely rare. He was probably an old scholar who had bitterly studied for 100 years and suddenly comprehended the truths of the world, thus obtaining such good fortune. He was just like Wang Zhisu back then, accumulating his strength for a long time. So he was naturally extraordinary. In this evaluation, the divine empress had compared Chen Changxing to Wang Zhisu, who had comprehended the way in one night, and the stars illuminated the night. From this, it could be imagined just how strong Chen Changxing's divine sense was, but no matter how strong it was, it could not be stronger than Wang Zhisu's. The reason why he was able to divide his divine sense into 10,000 strands was mainly because of the latter part of the divine empress evaluation. The number of strands a divine sense could divide had nothing to do with the strength of the divine sense itself. It was only related to the stability of the divine sense. A peerless expert like Zhou Dufu naturally possessed a divine sense that was countless times stronger than Chen Chongqing's. That sort of divine sense was like a hard and massive rock. It could be divided into 1, 2, or even several dozen strands, but in the end, it could not be divided forever. There would always be a time when it would turn into tiny gravel, and there would be no way to divide it into even smaller gravel. Chen Chongqing's divine sense was incomparably serene. Although it could not be as indestructible as an expert, at Zhou Dufu's level, it was even softer. It was not like a hard rock, but like water. It could be divided into countless droplets, turning into droplets, turning into mist, as if it could be divided endlessly. Countless swords shuttled back and forth around the mausoleum. From time to time, they would fall into the monster tide, bringing forth a rain of blood. Perhaps they would encounter an extremely tough resistance, and some of the old and dilapidated swords would be broken once again. It was a rather tragic sight to behold. When the 10,000 swords had just begun their battle with the monster tide, several dozen of the fastest and most well-preserved swords, under the guidance of the Mountain Sea Sword and under the guidance of Chen Chongqing's spiritual sense, flew towards the depths of the grassland with a focused and resolute manner. At this moment, they finally arrived before the monster bull. The monster bull's eyes, which were like grains of rice, emitted a cruel and dim light. Its slender tail, which was tightly connected to its horn, was stretched taut. The surrounding grass had long been flattened by the berserk aura exuding from its body. Only countless densely packed and light hissing sounds could be heard in the air. The several thousand black hairs on its tail transformed into almost invisible arrows, shooting towards the mausoleum. Dang, 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 dang. A series of crisp crashing sounds rang out from the depths of the grassland. The sounds seemed to be squeezed together into one long note. Several dozen sword glows danced through the air several li in front of the monster bull like bolts of lightning. The sword energies melded together, drawing out countless circles of light in the air. The several thousand black hairs shot out by the monster bull were all blocked by the sword glows. In the blink of an eye, several thousand extremely small, white vortexes of chi appeared in the air. They were the result of the swords meeting the black hairs. Many cracks like lines appeared on the ground of the grassland. Those catfish and loaches that were lucky enough to survive did not even have the time to burrow into the depths of the mud before they were torn to shreds. The Mountain Sea Sword did not block the black hairs that shot towards the mausoleum from several dozen li away. It violently charged out of the circle of swords. The heavy black iron blade cut through the air, giving off an ear-aching whistle. It directly chopped down at the monster bull's single horn from above. It was the move that Su Li had created, the scorching heaven sword. The grassland was filled with the sounds of the edge of the sword cutting through the tough hide. Everywhere one could see chunks of flesh flying. Countless sword glows gradually dimmed, and countless monsters collapsed at the foot of the mausoleum or in the depths of the aquatic plants. The drizzle around the mausoleum still continued to fall. When would this rain of swords in the grassland stop? Nank still had her eyes closed. The soul wood in front of her grew brighter and brighter. The light was as white as milk, and her small face became even paler. Tung Xiaoming and Lu Wanner stood guard for her, exuding a powerful and resolute qi. They did not allow a single sword to approach her body. After an unknown amount of time, she finally opened her eyes. The drizzle fell on her face, but the dark green flames in the depths of her indifferent and emotionless eyes were not extinguished by the cold rain. Instead, for some reason, a divine golden light appeared at the edge of her eyes, and the golden edge was currently corroding the depths of the green. Chen Chongqing also opened his eyes and looked at her who was floating in front of the main entrance of the mausoleum. The two of them quietly looked at each other, saying nothing. Nank viewed herself as the successor of the Garden of Zhou. Her methods originated from the restrictions that Zhou Dufu had left behind. Those restrictions had already kept the 10,000 broken swords in the garden of Zhou for several hundred years. Today, Chen Chongsheng wanted to rely on the 10,000 broken swords and leave with them. This would inevitably destroy the very foundation of the garden of Zhou. This was something that she could not allow. As a result, even if she had to take the risk of being killed by the 10,000 swords, she still wanted to mentally travel through the world and use her strongest method to kill Qin Chongxing and collect the 10,000 swords, allowing the grassland to return to peace. Chen Chongsheng obviously would not accept this arrangement, whether it was the arrangement of fate or the arrangement that Zhou Dufu had made before his death. The battle between the 10,000 swords and the monster tide continued. In the short moment that they looked at each other, it was unknown just how many bitter and bloody scenes had occurred. The two sides of this battle were swords and beasts. There were no people, so naturally no one spoke. There were only the whistling of swords and the roars of beasts. There were no shouts of killing, but the killing intent on the grassland sword. Not long after, the monster tide gradually calmed down, then slowly retreated towards the periphery of the mausoleum. It was unknown whether it was because they had discovered that they could not break through the 10,000 broken swords outside the mausoleum, or because Nank had issued an order through the Soulwood, or because they had vaguely sensed something. Chun Chongsheng raised his right hand. The fine rain fell on his hand, and the countless swords in the grassland correspondingly returned. Several tens of thousands of low-level monsters had died. The sinister and strange earth monkey had attempted to launch a sneak attack on Qin Chongxing at the very beginning, but in the end it was successfully countered by Qin Chongxing. It was heavily injured by the mountain gate sword, and one of its hind limbs was severed while the other was crippled. It could no longer stand upright like a human. It hugged the leg of the heaven-fonging beast and stared resentfully at the mausoleum. It let out angry squeaks as if it was complaining. The mountain-toppling fiend's mountainous body was extremely eye-catching in the sea of monsters. However, its hard body now had at least several thousand sword slashes of varying depths. Some of the swords had successfully broken through its terrifying defense, injuring its flesh and bones. Fresh blood dripped down from the broken stone spear in its hand and dripped onto the ground. The monster bull in the depths of the grassland seemed to have suffered the lightest injuries. However, most of the black hairs on its slender tail had already been shot out, leaving only a few tufts. It looked as if it had been scorched by fire, mottled and mottled. It was in a very sorry and dismal state, yet also somewhat laughable. It was no longer as terrifying as it was before. Countless swords flew back to the mausoleum. Some of the swords had been broken again, leaving behind only a short section other than the hilt. They looked just as dismal, making one's heart ache. Some of the swords had been struck by the monster's venom. The rust had been eaten away, allowing them to regain their luster. However, some of them found it hard to bear, tottering on the verge of collapse along the way. Not a single sword fell into the grassland and fell. This was because just as the swords were about to fall, other swords would fly over and catch them from below. Even those swords that had been broken by the monsters in battle and stepped into the mud were also picked up by other swords from the ground. Several swords met and flew back to the mausoleum. It was very easy for people to associate this scene with a real battlefield. Under the bloody sun, hearing the sound of victory and returning to camp, the injured and exhausted soldiers did not even have the strength to cheer. They supported each other and slowly walked back to the camp. The injured soldiers, who were powerless to walk, were lifted up by their comrades using simple tree branches. Chun Chongxing did not leave a single sword on the grassland. This seemed rather moving, but Nank would not feel this sort of cheap hot-bloodedness in her eyes. What she saw in this scene was Chen Chongxing's strength. To be able to multitask and persist until now was rarely seen in the world. Even she admired him very much. However, the more she admired him, the more she wanted to die. The dark green flames in the depths of Nank's eyes had already completely turned into a divine gold. An indescribably pure and holy chi exuded from her petite body. At this moment, it was very difficult to feel that she was a demon princess, but more like the holy maiden of South Stream Temple. That terrifying shadow had already completely fallen behind her. Behind her was the plains of the unsetting sun. That shadow had once obscured half the sky. Now that it had fallen, it covered the entire grassland. The dim light from the distant setting sun fell on the shadow, but it seemed to be sucked in instantly. Without any refraction, it disappeared without a trace, just like that. At this moment, the grassland was covered in blood. The shadow rose and fell, as if it was coming to life because of the blood. The rays of the setting sun were no longer being devoured. They mixed with the blood and became golden, which was the color of the flames in the depths of Nank's eyes. The edge of the shadow was plated with a golden edge, gradually forming a shape. As it slowly fluttered, the shape became clearer and clearer. It was a pair of wings, a pair of golden wings. This pair of golden wings was incomparably large. It was unknown how many thousands of li long they were, spanning across the world. The golden-winged Great Pung had finally revealed its true appearance. With its appearance, the world changed color. The dark clouds that had just gathered again above the mausoleum instantly dispersed. All the monsters fearfully lowered their heads, one after another descending into the blood, mud, and grass in what they believed to be the most subservient manner. The monster tide stirred up wave after wave. Even the most arrogant and tyrannical mountain-toppling fiend humbly knelt in the shadow of the Great Pung. The setting sun was behind the Great Pung. Countless rays of light flowed along the edges of its wings, transforming into countless specks of light in the sky. This scene was so beautiful that it seemed unreal. It was like a scene from a myth described in the Taoist canon of the Orthodoxy. In reality, in the Great Hall of Light of the Li Palace, there really was a mural. It depicted the phenomenon of the golden-winged Great Pung being born in the clouds of light in ancient times. From the moment the golden-winged Great Pung was born in the world, it had practically stepped into the divine domain. Whether it was myth, legend, or reality, the golden-winged Great Pung was a divine beast on the same level as the unicorn and the divine sparrow. It was only below the dragon and phoenix. Qin Changxing gazed at the golden-winged Great Pung that covered the sky and said nothing. From the moment he saw that shadow, he had been waiting for this moment to arrive. However, just like death, no matter how much preparation you made, when it came, you would realize that you were still not prepared. Right now, he felt this way. This golden-winged Great Pung seemed to be death. I have something to do today, so there is only one chapter. Chapter 338. The might of a divine beast on the level of the golden-winged Great Pung was enough to shake the heavens and move the earth. In the period of time that had already passed, as long as it was willing, it could casually flap its wings. Without the 10,000 swords accompanying him, Chen Chongqing would not be able to block it at all. He would definitely die. However, for some reason it had always turned into a shadow and quietly floated in the sky. It never attacked the mausoleum. Only now, when Nank used some secret technique to send her spiritual sense into the shadow, did the scene before their eyes appear. Perhaps it was as Su Yorong and Chen Chongqing had deduced. Nank, who only had the soul wood, but not the soul pivot, could not completely control the monsters in the grassland. At the very least, it was not enough to control a divine beast like the golden-winged Great Pung. As a result, Nank needed such a long time to invite the Great Pung to appear. How could he deal with this terrifying divine beast? With Chen Chongqing's cultivation at the upper level of ethereal opening, if he wanted to do this by himself, it would be no different from a myth. The black dragon was still sleeping in the lake outside his ethereal palace. Even if it woke up now, it would only be a spiritual soul of the black dragon in the garden of Zhou. It would not be able to deal with a real, golden-winged Great Pung. Even with the help of the 10,000 broken swords, he could not see any possibility. After all, he was not as strong as the masters of the swords. At this moment, the pressure of the golden-winged great Pung fell on the mausoleum along with the rays of light. The 10,000 swords were silent, although they did not feel fear. This silence clearly indicated that they were not the opponent of the golden-winged great Pung. Only the mountain sea sword, the temple sword, and a dozen or so other swords that had appeared first had their tips slightly raised. They were silent and fierce, as if they were prepared to attack at any moment. Out of the 10,000 swords, these swords were the strongest and the proudest. One of the swords even began to vibrate at high speeds, constantly humming. The sword trembled, slightly, not out of fear, but out of excitement. Seeing the terrifying golden-winged great Pung float towards the mausoleum with the 10,000 rays of light, this sword was very excited, impatient to fight it. Chen Chongqing had noticed this sword before. This was because this sword flew the highest and proudest of the 10,000 swords. Even when facing the sword intent of the yellow paper umbrella, it did not have the slightest intention of retreating. At the same time, it was also the brightest, reflecting the rays of light from the edge of the plain. It was like the brightest star in the night sky, and it had the air of a noble. Seeing this sword, Chen Chongqing could very easily associate it with the scene of Luo Luo standing in front of the great Pung of the night. This pride was not shown on the outside. The nobility came from the bloodline. Even if the opponent was the golden-winged great Pung of the great Pung, how could it fear? The sword of the mausoleum of the sky of the Pung. Chen Chongqing extended his hand towards the sky. Through the sword intent of the yellow paper umbrella, he conveyed his thoughts. Afterwards, he returned the sword intent that he had scattered back into the yellow paper umbrella, returning freedom to the sword itself. With it of the sword, SW and of, with chin of a of, Chen and, holding the hilt of the sword, Chen Chongqing remembered the history of this sword. When he looked at the golden rock in the dazzling light, his eyes became more determined. This sword was called the Dragon Cry sword, and it was extremely powerful. Previously, in his hands, it had heavily wounded Teng Xiaoming in one move. But more importantly, this Dragon Cry sword once belonged to a prince of the Zhou dynasty. This prince was called Chen Xuanba, the youngest brother of Emperor Taizong. He had been endowed with extraordinary talent ever since he was a child. At a very young age, he had already cultivated to the peak of star condensation. Even in that great era of blooming wildflowers and the birth of geniuses, he could still be considered a peerless genius, because the blood of the true dragon flowed through his body. In other words, he was the Qiushan Jun of that era. Chen Xuanba had died when he was very young. When he died, the army from Tianliang County had just conquered the capital. The dynasty had not yet changed its name, and the Zhou dynasty had not yet been officially founded. His title of prince was conferred posthumously, but no one had ever questioned it. It had nothing to do with his surname, but rather because the entire continent was clear of the role he had played when the army of Tianliang County swept through the continent. In the past 1,000 years of the imperial family of the great Zhou, this valiant youth who had died early was publicly acknowledged as the strongest. Although he had never fought with his second brother, Emperor Taizong, until his death, no one dared to question this, because he had fought with Zhou Dufu in the garden of Zhou for a day and a night before dying from exhaustion. Now, because of some complicated reasons, there were very few people who still remembered Chen Xuanba's once incomparably tyrannical name. There were also very few records of him in the official history of the dynasty. However, those who still remembered the history of the past, every time they thought of Chen Xuanba's name and the Dragon Cry sword that had once been at his waist, they would feel many complex emotions and sorrow. Because Chen Xuanba had died early, he had not participated in the bloody battle between Emperor Taizong and his brothers over the imperial throne. To that valiant youth who had died early, this could be considered a sort of happiness, but to the Chen imperial clan, it was a great misfortune. This was because if he had still been alive under the suppression of his powerful martial strength, this battle would not have happened at all. Even if the conflict still existed, perhaps it would not have been so bitter and bloody, ultimately leading to the death of several hundred members of the imperial clan and the capital flowing with rivers of blood. Of course, there was an even more widespread theory. If Chen Xuanba had been able to live to the end, it would have been impossible for Emperor Taizong to ascend to the imperial throne. The records of Tianliang County and the annals of history that had been slowly destroyed clearly stated that Chen Xuanba had clearly been much closer to his elder brother, His Highness Prince Jian. If he had also participated in the battle for the imperial throne, how could Emperor Taizong, draped in his pajamas, have been able to avoid that ambush in the 100-herb garden? Thus, a heart-chilling conspiracy theory appeared. Seeing that the army of Tianliang County was about to capture the capital, that the great Zhou was about to be founded, and that he was about to become a high and lofty prince with an incomparably brilliant future, why did Chen Xuanba take the initiative to enter the garden of Zhou and challenge Zhou Dufu? Yes, in the few existing records, all those who had been involved had written very clearly that this battle between peerless experts had been proposed by Chen Xuanba. Why? According to the annals of the imperial clan, it was precisely because Chen Xuanba saw that the great Zhou was about to be founded and that he no longer had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of his clan that he began to pursue the heavenly Tao. However, this kind of explanation lacked some persuasiveness. Most importantly, he was about to be defeated, so why would he die? Even if Zhou Dufu did not care about the fury of the great Zhou imperial clan, did he not care about Emperor Taizong's feelings? It must be known that Emperor Taizong was Chen Xuanba's second brother, and also Zhou Dufu's sworn brother. The past history could no longer be sorted out. Chen Xuanba had died, Emperor Taizong had also died. Looking at this mausoleum now, it could basically be confirmed that Zhou Dufu had also died. Heroic figures would always be battered by the wind and rain. Only the Dragon Cry sword was left in the garden of Zhou to recollect its former glory, still as proud as it was in the past. A young imperial clan, a peerless god of war, the bloodline of the true dragon. This was Chen Xuanba. The Dragon Cry sword he used was naturally incomparably noble and full of pride. How could it be afraid of the great Peng? Chen Chongqing looked at the Dragon Cry sword and felt the pride that remained in the sword. For some reason, he felt an indescribable closeness. This closeness was hard to explain. It was incomparably strong, and it actually caused his mind to surge, making it difficult for him to control himself. His hand began to tremble, and thus the sword also began to tremble. In the past 2 days, there have been too many matters at home, so there will be fewer updates. It will be better the day after tomorrow. Regarding today's chapter, the brightest star in the night sky, it is obviously talking about Chen Xuanba, the once valiant youth. It is very much in line with my sense of beauty. Moreover, for the story of choosing heaven, these 2,000 words today are extremely important. It is not the main topic, but the antecedent. Chapter 339. The shadow of the golden-winged great Peng arrived in the sky several hundred li in front of the mausoleum. The edges of its wings radiated with golden light, yet it brought darkness to the mausoleum. Looking at it in the darkness, its 2 eyes were like 2 balls of burning divine fire. Nank's black hair danced in the wind. Her petite body quietly floated between the 2 balls of divine fire. In comparison, she was extremely tiny, but it gave off a feeling that she had already formed an inseparable connection with the golden-winged great Peng. In other words, she was currently the soul of the golden-winged great Peng. As the golden light flickered, an unimaginably terrifying pressure fell on the grassland. What followed was a hurricane. Even the most violent wind in the south sea could not produce so much. The shredded grass danced uneasily in the air, and the dirty water on the ground was shaken to pieces. Not a single monster could stand firm, and they all fell to the ground. The 10,000 broken swords in the air around the mausoleum were constantly blown up and down. They were like countless boats in the ocean, and they could be swallowed by a heaven-shaking wave at any time. With a clear cry that was cold and extremely arrogant, the golden-winged great Pung flapped its wings and sped up towards the mausoleum. It gave off the feeling that the sky was about to press down on the mausoleum. The golden light at the edges of its wings scattered and then gathered again. It was like a leaping flame, as if it was about to come alive. As a result, the entire grassland began to burn. Whether it was blood or water, they all began to give birth to raging flames. On the burning grassland was a black ocean formed by countless monsters. This black ocean was also burning, turning into a sea of fire. No matter if it was the high-level monsters or the field mice native to the grassland, they all stood in the sea of fire, gazing at the pair of wings in the sky that spanned several hundred li with reverence and piety. They all let out roars that were close to madness. As the golden-winged great Pung approached, the burning grassland became bright, but the mausoleum in the center of the grassland became even darker. The 10,000 broken swords did their utmost to resist the strong winds brought about by the two huge wings, and they all flew to the front of the mausoleum. The densely packed 10,000 broken swords formed a semicircular sword array in front of the mausoleum. Qin Changsheng stood in the center of the vast sword array. In comparison, he was also extremely tiny, but he was the soul of the sword array. His left hand still held the yellow paper umbrella, but he did not withdraw the sword intent from the golden-winged great Pung. He knew very well that many of those broken swords were already on the verge of collapse after experiencing the bitter battle with the monster tide. If he withdrew the Mount Li sword intent, the golden-winged great Pung would not even need to do anything, and those swords would perish. Right now, he could only use the sword intent of the Dragon-Cry sword. However, several hundred years had passed. Was the sword intent of this sword still strong enough? He could only use the sword intent of the sword intent of the Dragon-Cry. However, the Pung of Dragoned 1,000 years later, he, the great pen-winged great saint. This inexplicable intimacy caused his mind to fiercely shake. Just like every time Jishio fell ill, his heartbeat instantly doubled, and the true essence in his meridians became countless times faster. The hand that gripped the hilt of his sword incessantly trembled, shaking more and more violently, to the point that his entire body began to tremble. Even the snowy plain in his body began to tremble. The thick snow that the snowy plain had once borne was the result of several hundred nights of bitter cultivation since he had fixed his fated star in the Orthodox Academy. It was the purest radiance of the stars. In the grand examination and the several dozen days of battle, it had been burned up several times. Now, only a shallow layer remained. The shallow snow was easy to loosen. Following the tremor that came from outside his body, the snowflakes were shaken off the plains and thrown into the air. They met the light refracted by the spherical lake and began to burn with a boom. The fragments of star radiance and snow instantly burned into clear water, then into mist, and finally into the purest true essence. It filled his body and then flowed along his dried-up or even broken meridians, advancing without stopping. To Chen Changsheng, this was an extremely painful process, but he did not let out a groan. He only stared at the golden-winged great Pung that was getting closer and closer to the mausoleum. He continued to persevere, letting the tremors continue to burn the snowy plain, and the true essence continue to invade his body. At a certain moment, the strand of true essence finally arrived at his wrist. The tremor that came from his heart and the tremor of the sword hilt met, then fused into one. It became an indescribable battle intent. The Dragon-Cry sword was already damaged, and the sword intent was not as great as it was in the past, but the battle intent still existed. With this proud and stubborn sword intent, Qin Changsheng held the Dragon-Cry sword in his hand and pierced towards the golden-winged great Pung in the sky. A clear and distant dragon cry that was difficult to understand resounded from the stone platform in front of the mausoleum's main entrance. an extremely beautiful and bright sword glow, carrying with it a dragon's breath that was almost real, broke through the distance of several dozen li and arrived in the sky. It slashed towards the space between the two balls of divine fire that were the eyes of the golden-winged Great Pung. Nank was there. Compared to the sword glow of the Dragoncry sword, she was so minuscule, just a little black dot. However, her expression did not change. She extended a finger towards the extremely bright sword glow. Through the connection of the soul wood, she and the golden-winged Great Pung were one. She was the golden-winged Great Pung, possessing a strength and mental strength that was close to the divine domain. She only needed a finger to block the sword glow of the Dragoncry sword. Looking from the plains and the mausoleum, an extremely strange black mass of qi appeared between the eyes of the golden-winged Great Pung. The mass of qi was at the tip of Nank's finger. It was the result of two extremely powerful forces colliding. In the next moment, the black mass of qi instantly disappeared. Faintly, many tiny cracks appeared in the air, which represented that even the real space was showing signs of collapsing. At the same time, a huge sound resounded in the sky above the plains, like a clap of thunder. The gale instantly descended from the sky to the ground, and then to a distance of 1,000 li. The stubborn grass between the cliffs of the mausoleum was completely uprooted into the sky, blown to some unknown place. Even the moss on the cliffs at the bottom had been peeled off, and even the rock on the surface of the cliffs had become somewhat soft. The burning black sea in the plains gave birth to a huge tide. Under the eyes of the golden-winged Great Pung that were like divine fire, at least several hundred low-rank monsters were directly shaken to death. In the sword array in front of the mausoleum, there were also several dozen swords that were tottering. Chen Changxing did not hear the thunder in the sky, nor did he pay attention to these scenes. He stared at the Dragoncry sword in his hand, because just a moment ago, the Dragoncry sword had emitted an extremely soft sound. It was the sound of breaking. The Dragoncry sword had broken. The upper half of the sword fell into the pool of water in front of him, giving off a soft clap. In Chen Changxing's ears, this soft clap was the sound of thunder. A bolt of lightning exploded on the stone platform in front of the mausoleum's main entrance. Boom! In the gale, Chen Changxing's body flew back several dozen zhang, heavily falling on the stone door. Smoke and dust rose slightly. His face was pale, and blood surged to his throat, but he swallowed it back down. He felt that all his bones had been broken, but he stood up again. This was because, although the Dragoncry sword was already broken, its battle intent was still there. Only, even with such a violent battle intent, even with the support of 10,000 swords, was he still not a match for the golden-winged Great Pung? Chen Changxing looked at the broken sword and noticed that the fracture was very neat and very smooth, but it did not seem new. Only then did he remember that when he held the Dragoncry sword before, he could faintly see that there was an indistinct line on the blade of the Dragoncry sword. Only now did he understand that the line was a blade scar. Countless years ago, Qin Xuanba had brought this sword to the garden of Zhou and lost to Zhou Dufu's blade. Although he had died, he was not willing to fall. This sword was clearly broken, but he stubbornly refused to let his opponent see it. Only after countless years, when this proud sword once again faced an equally powerful opponent, was it finally unable to endure it. He gripped the broken sword and silently and slowly walked back to the edge of the stone platform, gazing at the gloomy sky. He did not know why the golden-winged Great Pung needed to merge with Nank, but it had already proven its strength. Nank had already disappeared. She had truly become one with the Great Pung. The two divine flames were still pure and holy, but also berserk. They coldly stared at his tiny figure in the mausoleum, getting closer and closer. The world changed color and dark clouds roiled. 10,000 bolts of lightning constantly lit up in the sky above the mausoleum like snakes. The Dragoncry sword was already broken, so which sword should he use? The Mountain Sea sword or the Temple sword? Or should he use 10,000 swords at the same time? Just at this moment, he suddenly felt a warm flow appear between his right hand's thumb and forefinger. He still had not put down the dragoncry sword. This warm flow came from the other half of the dragoncry sword. This was the sword intent of the dragoncry sword. This proud sword intent, with reluctance, left the blade of the dragoncry sword. In just an instant, the dragoncry sword that only had half of it left, but was still proud, stubborn, and incomparably bright, became dim and lightless, as if it had died. The sword intent entered Chun Changxing's body, then entered the dagger at his waist. Although his heart of the sword had already reached perfection, he was limited by his cultivation, so his sword intent had never reached great success. As a result, he could only borrow the mountly sword intent from the yellow paper umbrella in order to control the 10,000 swords and kill the monster tide. It was precisely because of this reason that his sword intent and dagger had never truly merged together. In other words, this seemingly ordinary dagger believed that his sword intent was not worthy of it. Only now did the sword intent of the dragoncry sword arrive. The dagger was still in the sheath, but it began to buzz. Chun Changxing understood the meaning of the dragoncry sword. This was the inheritance. He was somewhat sentimental. The dragoncry sword passed its sword intent to the dagger, then died, but the dagger came to life. Right now, he could only hope that the dragoncry sword could use this method to extend his life, or in other words, his pride. Then he needed victory. He lightly placed the other half of the dragoncry sword on the ground, stood up, grabbed the hilt of the dagger, and pulled it out. With his action, a sun appeared in front of the main entrance of the mausoleum. This sun followed the body of the dagger and rose from the sheath, illuminating the gloomy mausoleum and grassland. It was countless rays of golden light. It was an incomparably bright sword. An incomparably powerful chi appeared with it, shocking all the living beings in the surroundings of the mausoleum. There was silence. The sword intent of the dragoncry sword and the dagger perfectly fused together, just like the feeling when Chun Changxing held the dagger before. It was as if they were born together, but this was still not enough. The soul of the sword still had not awoken. In my original thoughts, I should have directly finished writing this part. But yesterday I said that there were a lot of things to do at home, and I don't know why it's so cold today. I suspect that it's a cold, so I'll have to trouble everyone to wait for another day. Tomorrow I'll decide the victor, have a good time, and then leave. Chapter 340. Burn. Chun Changxing said to himself very calmly. As these 3 words rang out in his heart, the plains that bore the radiance of the stars and snowflakes began to burn violently. The intensity of the fire was countless times greater than before. In just an instant, the snowflakes had been completely burned away. At the same time, the surface of the clear lake surrounding the Spirit Mountain also began to give birth to a deep blue flame. It was extremely beautiful. The snowflakes melted into clear water, turned into clouds, or condensed into water again, or spread out in the form of clouds. These were all true essence, violently wreaking havoc in his body, forcefully opening his blocked meridians. The dried-up riverbed, regardless of whether it was the stone forest or the bottomless abyss in front of him, he continued to resolutely advance. The violent true essence ignited his blood, burning away his internal organs and meridians, bringing him unimaginable pain. It caused his face to become extremely pale, but it also caused his eyes to grow brighter and brighter. Chun Changxing raised his cultivation level to the peak without the slightest scruple, standing on the threshold between life and death. He was fighting with his own life. Only by doing so could he provide the dagger in his hand with enough true essence and awaken its soul. In the sky in front of the mausoleum, the huge, golden-winged, great Peng indifferently looked down at him. Strong winds and white streams of air mixed into the light at the edges of its wings, making it seem abnormally magnificent. The divine flames in its eyes became even more awe-inspiring, and there was even a faint hint of admiration. Qin Changxing's body that had been bathed in dragon blood possessed an almost perfect defensive ability. However, as the snowy plains burst into flames, even the lake water began to burn. An unimaginable amount of true essence exploded in his body. His body finally could not endure it any longer and began to crack. The first to crack was the corner of his eyes, followed by his eardrums. Several streams of blood flowed out from his 5 senses, and soon after, the skin on his face also began to crack. Streams of blood flowed out, and the scene was abnormally terrifying. Within the cracks of blood, one could see flesh and bones, as well as flames that were faintly discernible like stars. Blood flowed on his face, on his hands, wetting his clothes and the hilt of his sword. It landed on the ground of the stone platform, and then continued to burn. An indescribable fragrance spread out from his blood into the surroundings of the mausoleum. As the blood burned, the fragrance became countless times thicker, spreading even further, until it reached the edge of the plains. The ones most sensitive to this fragrance were naturally the demonic beasts. The black sea around the mausoleum began to surge again. The monsters that were suppressed by the might of the golden-winged Great Pong and did not dare to raise their heads could not endure the allure that seemed to come from the deepest part of their lives, that came from the fragrance of blood. One by one, they raised their heads to look at the top of the mausoleum and gasp for breath. Their saliva dripped from their mouths, and their eyes were scarlet red, excited and greedy. The golden-winged rock also smelled the scent of blood. In the shadows that covered the sky, its eyes were like 2 flickering divine fires. At this moment, the 2 divine fires burned violently with a boom. The indifferent divine aura finally had some kind of emotion. That emotion was admiration, yearning, longing, and desire for life. This was the emotion that Qin Changxing feared the most. It was the thing that he had once feared the most, but now he was not afraid, because life and death were separated by a thin line. His feet had already stepped on the doorstep. If he had to burn himself to awaken this soul, why did he need to care about those gazes? The shadow of the golden-winged Great Pung fell on the mausoleum. It unfurled its wings and covered the plains with a circumference of several thousand li, regardless of whether it was the sky or the earth. They all became gloomy. All of the light in the mausoleum was blocked, and the darkness was like a true night that the plains had never seen before. The 10,000 swords trembled slightly, almost unable to endure it. Some swords gradually floated down like fallen leaves. An absolutely supreme pressure mixed with the most perverse and true greed and desire, as if it had become something tangible, fell on Qin Changxing, who was in front of the main entrance of the mausoleum. In an instant, the blood that flowed on his body congealed, and the burning flames extinguished. The black hair that was tightly bound behind him loosened, and then from the ends of his hair it began to wither and turn yellow, gradually turning into ash and rustling down. "Wake up," he thought to himself as he looked at the dagger in his hand. "Wake up," he silently said to his heart. What was his heart? It was the ethereal palace. Where was his ethereal palace? On the Ling Tai Mountain. Qin Changxing's ethereal palace had long since opened the gate of Qin Changxing's ethereal palace. There was not a single fallen leaf on the Ling Tai Mountain. It was enveloped by the lake water that seemed both real and illusory, and the mountain was in the lake. The lake water that floated in the sky was very clear and extremely transparent. Its surface burned with blue flames, and in the deepest part of the lake, the spiritual soul of the black dragon floated quietly. Following Qin Changxing's call, an extremely light tremble spread from the ethereal palace to the mountain path of the Ling Tai Mountain, and then to the lake. The lake water began to ripple gently, gently washing over the black dragon's body. It was like a gentle caress, just like how her father would wake her up every morning before he left home. The black dragon slowly opened her eyes, and a sliver of confusion appeared in her vertical pupils. She looked at the ice in the lake water around her, and only after a while did she remember what had happened before she fell asleep. Afterwards, she felt the tremble from the ethereal palace in the depths of the lake water and heard Chen Chongqing's voice. She only needed an instant to understand what was happening outside, and even saw the golden-winged great Peng in the sky. A cold aura emitted from her pupils. It was pride and disdain. Although she was only a spiritual soul at the moment, she was still unable to endure the golden-winged great Peng's challenge to her. The pride and disdain turned into a violent rage. A clear and angry dragon's roar resounded from the depths of the lake water. It did not travel far, but it incessantly roiled the lake water, and the surface of the lake burned even more violently. With a loud boom, the black dragon broke through the lake water, left the ethereal palace, and flew over the plains where the snow had already been burned away. It followed the true essence river formed from mist and clear water, flew over the riverbed that was no longer dry, flew over the broken streams and the deep abyss, and followed Chen Chongqing's consciousness into his arm. Then it left and entered a new world. The black dragon's spiritual soul entered the dagger. To her, this was a completely unfamiliar world, filled with golden rays of light. What made her feel the most inexplicable familiarity was that in this world, she felt two extremely familiar qis. These two qis were so powerful that they made her feel somewhat uneasy, but she could not bring herself to oppose them, because these two qis belonged to her elders. No one knew, not even Chen Chongqing himself, how intimately connected this dagger was to the dragon race. In Xining Village's old temple, Yu Ren had gifted this dagger to him. He had used this dagger to participate in many battles, and the sharpness of this dagger had already shocked the world many times. However, in reality, this dagger's true power had never been displayed. This was because his cultivation level was too ordinary, and he was unable to cultivate a sword intent that was worthy of this dagger. It was also because after this dagger had been successfully forged 15 years ago, it had always been in a state of unwillingness, unwilling to wake up. Only now, when the dragon's soul entered the dagger and met with the sword intent of the Dragon Cry sword, did the dagger finally wake up. It truly woke up. Chen Chongqing did not know what had happened to the dagger, but he knew that the dagger had already woken up. The dagger's soul had awakened. He raised his head to look at the golden-winged great Peng above the mausoleum. His expression was calm, his eyes were bright and filled with battle intent. The 10,000 swords around the mausoleum followed his gaze and slowly adjusted their direction, pointing towards the great Peng. They were about to set off. "Go," he said to the dagger in his heart, but he did not know that these two words had come out of his mouth. "Go." He threw the dagger in his hand towards the sky. The dagger turned into a streak of golden light, leaving the stone platform in front of the mausoleum's main entrance, and quickly flying towards the golden-winged great Peng. The world trembled, and 10,000 streaks of golden light appeared in front of the mausoleum. The 10,000 swords cried out in unison, giving off either clear or hoarse sounds. The 10,000 swords whizzed through the air, following the dagger, let out a great light. The yellow paper umbrella gently swayed in his left hand, as if it was cheering, as if it was a blessing. The dagger drew a straight line in the gloomy sky. The 10,000 swords followed closely behind it, forming a thin belt about 10 li long. The 10,000 swords arrived high in the sky. The rays of light that flowed out from the wings of the golden-winged great Peng fell on their bodies. The 10,000 swords reflected the rays of light and constantly flickered with light, as if they were scales. The 10,000 swords were like 10,000 scales, linked together in the sky. At the very front of them was the dagger. The dagger emitted an unimaginable pressure and light. Vaguely, in that holy light, there seemed to be a golden dragon head. It was the head of a huge golden dragon. The dragon's whiskers danced, and it cut through the sky. I do not know when the next chapter will be updated, but it will definitely be. I will update it as soon as possible. Chapter 341. A golden dragon appeared in the night sky. A dragon's roar tore through the night sky. A dragon's breath crushed the entire grassland. Countless monsters prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling and not daring to move. Even the strongest and proudest mountain fangs were the same. Any monster that attempted to raise its head to look was immediately turned into a pool of blood. As for those flood serpents that had luckily survived the battle, their bodies twitched in fear, as if they would tear themselves into pieces and commit suicide at any moment to show their piety. Because this was a dragon, a truly supreme existence that was even higher than the golden-winged Great Pung. It was already close to a god. The divine flames in the golden-winged Great Pang's eyes were still violent, yet strangely silent. It looked at the huge golden dragon that flew out of the mausoleum and exploded with a powerful battle intent. It was born from light, so how could it be afraid of the dazzling light? Its life was used to challenge the authority of the dragon and phoenix. So how could it be afraid of the pressure emitted by the golden dragon? Moreover, the 10,000 swords forming a dragon, could it be a real dragon? A ruthless roar resounded through the sky. The golden-winged Great Pung whistled through the air towards the mausoleum. The entire sky above the grassland was shaken to the point that it somewhat deformed. As it stretched out its claws, several dozen, li of the grassland, seemed to be grabbed up by it. It wanted to use its claws that could tear apart the world to pierce through the head of the golden dragon. The golden dragon, formed from the 10,000 swords, broke through the air. Its eyes were indifferent, proud, and cold. The dragon's whiskers danced, completely shattering the lightning high up in the sky. It carried a supreme pressure and light, but miraculously, its dragon's breath also carried an extremely deep chill. In an instant, the sky around the mausoleum began to snow. In that instant, the divine flames in the golden-winged Great Pang's eyes suddenly flickered. It was because of the extreme chill from the dragon's breath, and also because it suddenly discovered a shocking fact. This dragon formed from 10,000 swords was actually a real dragon. Even more terrifying was that this sword dragon actually carried two kinds of dragon might. The golden dragon and the black frost dragon, the strongest, noblest, and most divine dragons of the dragon race, and at the same time, the two dragons that could not coexist with each other, were actually perfectly united in this sword dragon. At this moment, this dragon formed from 10,000 swords was actually even stronger than the golden dragon and the black frost dragon. The golden dragon and the golden winged rock met high in the sky and met again in the blizzard. An angry and unwilling wail and a pained roar resounded in the sky. The golden winged rock's right claw instantly shattered. The huge shadow cast in the sky was torn apart by the dragon formed by the 10,000 swords. The golden dragon's body had also suffered a terrifying wound from the rock's claws. Tens of thousands of rays of light swayed uneasily. The blood of the golden-winged Great Pung flowed out crazily, turning into golden jade liquid that fell onto the grassland. It burned violently, burning thousands of demonic beasts to death. Then it turned into a hurricane that wreaked havoc everywhere, lifting up countless amounts of earth. The blizzard and the flowing fire danced wildly between heaven and earth, intertwining. Gold roared and continued charging towards the golden-winged rock. Its mouth was wide open as if it wanted to swallow the entire world. A loud bang resounded. Golden light shone brightly in the sky, and the night sky suddenly disappeared. The plains in front of the mausoleum all sunk down by a layer, several dozen li in radius, and a depth of over 30 meters. Countless demonic beasts died there. Grass and stones were crushed. Even the cliffs at the highest point of the mausoleum collapsed into several pieces. With a rumble like thunder, they rolled into the grassland. Everywhere was the sound of air being torn apart. Everywhere was the sound of space struggling to hold on. Everywhere was the sound of violent divine might clashing. Everywhere was the miserable howls of demonic beasts. Until finally there was a violent dragon's roar. That dragon's roar was so clear and distant, as if it came from ancient times. but also as if it was new. It was incomparably proud and tyrannical. The 10,000 swords turned into a dragon, swallowing the world and eating the golden-winged rock. After an unknown amount of time, the blizzard gradually thinned. Snowflakes slowly floated down, and the violent and chaotic sounds also gradually disappeared. The grassland finally recovered some peace. The tens of thousands of demonic beasts that had survived looked up with fear and unease. They only saw that the sky was clear. Although it was snowing, there were no snow clouds. The shadow that had covered the sky for a very long time had also disappeared. A very small black dot floated down from the sky, just like a falling leaf. Only after a very long time did the black dot land on the ground, giving off a light clap. Compared to the violent movements from the great battle earlier, it was extremely difficult to notice. The one who fell from the sky was Nank. She landed heavily on the ground and spat out a lot of blood. The place where she landed was right in front of the mausoleum, right at the beginning of the divine path. Chun Chongxing looked at her. It was not intentional, but he naturally looked down on her. He knew that after defeating the golden-winged rock, the 10,000 swords were already broken and exhausted. But there were some things that needed to be finished. He raised his arm, pointed at Nank below the divine path, and silently said in his heart, "Go." The sky above the mausoleum suddenly lit up again. Under the lead of the dagger, the 10,000 swords turned around and pierced towards Nank. It was still a dragon, but its color was slightly fainter than before. The demon general couple stood in front of Nank. They looked at each other and saw the determination and apology in each other's eyes. In reality, when the sword pool had appeared and the 10,000 swords were in the air around Chun Chongsheng, they had looked at each other. At that time, there was only apology and determination in their eyes. At that moment, they vaguely knew that the military advisor's plan for the Garden of Zhou had completely failed. No matter how good the military advisor was, no matter how powerful Princess Nank was, no matter what hidden tricks she had, they were all unable to deal with the endless, fortuitous encounters of this human youth. It was not the fault of battle, but fate. They felt that Chun Chongxing's fate was too good. The determination in their eyes when they looked at each other was because at this moment they had to break through. Only by recovering their true strength could they find a chance. However, in the Garden of Zhou, once they recovered their cultivation, it meant death. The 10,000 swords were like a dragon, descending from the sky to the ground. They stood in front of Nank, and their chi suddenly increased. In an instant, they became incomparably terrifying, like real mountains. This was the strength of the peak of star condensation, even though they were not called this in Shualao City. Black armor covered their bodies. From this moment onwards, they were no longer a normal middle-aged couple. They were no longer Tang Xiaoming and Lu Wan, but the 23rd and 24th demon generals. The 10,000 swords had arrived and were slashing towards Nank. The demon general couple stood in front of Nank. The dragon's head spewed out a dragon's breath, bringing with it endless light. In this light, nothing could be seen or seen. Only sound could be heard. Countless concentrated hissing sounds could be heard. Those were the sounds of swords and armor, metal rods and pots rubbing against each other. The so-called dragon's breath was the sharpness of the sword. After an unknown amount of time, the golden dragon let out a long roar with an incomprehensible meaning. It completed its attack, then turned around and returned to the mausoleum. Tang Xiaoming and Lu Wan stood in front of Nank, quietly looking at each other. The black armor on their bodies was already broken, and their bodies that were as tough as stone were covered in sword slashes. Ting Xiaoming looked at her and calmly said, "I'm sorry, I can't accompany you back to your hometown to farm and watch the sunset." Lu Wan said, "The one who should be sorry is me. If I didn't have to return to my hometown, we would still be at the front lines and not be killed by a dragon for no reason." Tang Xiaoming did not say anything. Lu Wan said, The sunset in my hometown is much more beautiful than the sun here, but if you look at it too long, you'll get tired of it." Tang Xiaoming said, "Yes, the scene of the 10,000 swords transforming into a dragon was very beautiful." As they spoke, several bolts of lightning descended from the sky. In order to help Nank block the violent attack of the 10,000 swords forming a dragon, the demon general couple simultaneously raised their cultivation to the peak of star condensation. The laws of the Garden of Zhou reacted and naturally began to attack. They did not dodge because they were already dead. In order to block the 10,000 swords forming a dragon, they had used the great art of disintegration, so they were destined to die. The heavenly lightning continued to descend, which seemed rather stupid. The 10,000 swords returned to the mausoleum. In the light, Qin Changsheng extended his hand and grasped the dagger. However, the 10,000 swords did not disperse. Instead, they continued to surge towards him, as if they wanted to kill him. Countless sword howls rang out, and they arrived in an unending stream. He subconsciously closed his eyes. After a while, the sword howls disappeared. There was silence. When he opened his eyes, the 10,000 swords had already disappeared. Only the dagger was still grasped in his hand. Thank you, everyone, for suppressing your impulse and anger to read the following plot 2 days ago and not scolding me. Old readers all know that when I write the climax, I'm used to writing it all in one breath. I'm even more anxious than the readers, and I want to get that scene out. It's just that now is not the same as before, especially with the end of the year approaching. I have to make many preparations. I'm a middle-aged man, so I can't do anything about it. Like the scene where the 10,000 swords return to one. It was definitely written by someone before, but when I wrote it, I still felt that it was very cool. I just requested that it must return to silence at the end. As for the part about the demon general couple, it was actually a bit out of the ordinary, but after thinking about it for a long time, I couldn't bear to delete it. This was because when I first wrote it, I was prepared to use the two of them to admire life. Even if they like to eat human flesh, this is still their life. I'll say a few more words, and I'll sigh with regret. It's getting harder and harder to make characters in novels. Of course, in the end, it's still a problem of one's own ability. Tomorrow is Monday, so I'll have to trouble everyone to vote for me. In addition, I'll also have to trouble everyone to vote for my free work from the Golden Keyboard. Thank you. Chapter 342. The wretched howls of the monsters gradually stopped, and the plains of the unsetting sun regained its peace. Only the occasional clap of thunder could be heard high up in the sky. The energy contained in the thunder did not know where it should land, so it could only dissipate in the air, shaking the clouds and causing them to constantly scatter. Qin Changsheng gripped the dagger and walked up the divine path. As his feet landed, a splash of water appeared. Countless fine sword marks appeared on the limestone ground, a sign that his sword had accidentally spilled. He looked down the divine path. Nank had already woken up. The two maids had fainted behind her, but they were still alive. Nank was covered in blood as she sat in the rain. Her face was abnormally pale, especially the space between her slightly wide brows. It was so white that it seemed transparent. Her soul had merged with the great Peng and had been heavily injured by the 10,000 swords. She could no longer stand up. She looked at Qin Changsheng with a slightly perplexed expression. She could not understand just what was going on. Why did the sword pool want to help this human youth? And what was up with that dragon? Why did it have the dragon might of the golden dragon and the black frost dragon? If it was Su Yorong, perhaps she could still accept the result of defeat, because she was a phoenix. She had a certain advantage over the golden-winged Great Peng. But how could Qin Changsheng? The dragon, shouldn't it be Qiu Shanjun? Her perplexity only lasted for a moment. She quickly sobered up and raised her hand with some difficulty. She used the back of her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her lips and said expressionlessly to him, "You think you can leave the Garden of Zhou just like this?" This kind of thinking is disrespectful to the mighty soul in the mausoleum. Chen Chongqing thought to himself, the plains have already been destroyed to this extent and the sword pool no longer exists, so what need is there for respect? He did not reply to this question because he was not good at conversing. Up until now, he had not used words to reply to this question twice, but had directly used his sword to reply. You will still die in these plains. Nank said, we will all die here. Chen Chongqing did not understand why she said such a thing. Did she want to fight for some time before death arrived and hope for a miracle? Nank saw his expression and knew that he did not understand why she said such a thing. She asked with slight mockery, have you never thought about why the garden of Zhou has the sword pool? He stood on the divine path and gazed at the boundless plains. Of course, he had thought about it before. In the eyes of many people, the sword pool was Zhou Dufu's funerary object, a wordless stone tablet that he had erected for himself. However, after entering these plains and experiencing such a soul-stirring battle, how could they still think of this matter so simply? Zhou Dufu had engaged in countless battles in his life. Everyone said that he was obsessed with martial arts, but he was not an idiot. If it was for the sake of pursuing the heavenly Tao, opponents like the Demon Lord, Chen Xuanba, and the Mountly Sword Sect Master could be ignored. But it was very obvious that many of the opponents in these battles were not qualified to be his opponents. Moreover, why did he leave his opponent's sword in this grassland after every victory? And these swords were unable to leave this grassland. What was it that was restraining them? You don't know anything, but you still did it, and you actually succeeded. I really don't know if you're lucky or stupid. Nank looked at him and said. Her expression was somewhat complicated, and it was difficult to tell if it was pity or ridicule. Before the demon-general couple decided to die, they also had similar thoughts. They felt that Chen Chongsheng's life was too good. However, Chen Chongsheng was keenly aware that his life was not good. So if what Nank said was true, then did he do all these things because he was stupid? He did not know what to say. After entering the Garden of Zhou, Nank had never smiled. Even in Shuilao City, she rarely smiled. However, at this moment, she happily smiled. Her smile was innocent and pure, but her eyes were very evil, just like a child who had succeeded in pulling a prank. You've done so many things, worked so hard for so long, even burned your life to fight for a path to survival. But in the end, you'll still die. Everything has become meaningless. Don't you feel despair right now? Chen Chongsheng vaguely sensed that she was speaking the truth. Something might happen next. Although he did not understand what was going on, he thought it over and said, even if we all die in this grassland in a little while, it's still better than us dying and you living. Since it's like this, then our efforts obviously have meaning. His voice was rather tired and very calm, but it still made people speechless. However, there was a voice in his heart that constantly sounded out, as if it was urging him to leave. After experiencing this bitter attack on the mausoleum, countless monsters had died. However, to the monster tide that was like an ocean, it was still only a small portion. From this, it could be imagined what terrifying numbers and battle strength the monsters possessed. But these monsters were not used to suppress the sword pool, but to guard the mausoleum. Everything existed for a reason, and a place like the Garden of Zhou was even more so. Since the monsters were Zhou Dufu's method to prevent humans and demons from approaching his mausoleum, then why did he leave the 10,000 broken swords in the Garden of Zhou? Why did he leave the 10,000 broken swords in the Garden of Zhou and bury them in the pool of water in the grassland? And what did he rely on to restrict the 10,000 swords in the surroundings of the mausoleum? Chen Chongsheng did not have an answer, and neither did Nank. Before entering the Garden of Zhou, her teacher Black Robe had once warned her that there was a mysterious power in the grassland that restricted the sword pool, and at the same time the sword pool was also a restriction against that mysterious power. Only by reaching a certain balance between the two could the existence of the grassland be guaranteed. So after entering the Garden of Zhou, she could not attempt to find the sword pool. Even if she did find the sword pool, she could not do anything about it. As a result, after entering the grassland, in order to find Zhou Dufu's mausoleum, she did not hesitate to let Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong escape for such a long time, but she did not show any interest in the sword pool. However, the sword pool was still discovered. It turned out to be a sea of swords in the grassland, and then the 10,000 swords in the sword pool were summoned by Qin Changsheng. From that moment on, she knew that the balance of the plains of the unsetting sun had been broken. Something big would happen in the Garden of Zhou, and it might even be destroyed. In order to prevent all of this from happening, she made a great effort, but unfortunately, she still failed in the end. However, just what was that mysterious power? Qin Changsheng looked into the depths of the grassland, but did not discover anything. He then turned around and did not continue down the divine path. Nank and the two maids were already crippled, so they could not stop him from leaving. The scene of the demon general couple dying while staring at each other in the 10,000 sword glows made him feel rather tired, and he needed to make the best use of his time. Walking to the corner next to the main entrance of the mausoleum, he extended his hand to support Su Yurong, preparing to leave with her. However, when his hand was still several inches away from her shoulder, it suddenly froze in the chilly wind. After a while, he slowly straightened his body, turned around, and once again looked down the mausoleum. A resentful sob resounded through the grassland, just like the leaf flute played by the elves in the past. It was the heavily injured earth monkey that was crying. Amidst the filthy water, grass, and corpses of monsters, it hugged the thick leg of the mountain-toppling fiend and wept sorrowfully. Just what was this treacherous, cunning, and even terrifying high-level monster crying for? The battle between the 10,000 swords and the golden-winged Great Pung had affected the surface of the grassland, and the mountain-toppling fiend's body had gained even more terrifying wounds. However, it was still a powerful monster ranked third on the ranking of earthly beasts, so it could clearly still endure and would not die. Just what was the earth monkey crying for? Was it crying for its own broken leg? Qin Changsheng did not understand, but he felt a chill in his body. This was because the earth monkey's sobs were very sorrowful. Those who heard them would be grieved, on the verge of tears, and would be extremely terrified. As its sobs spread, more and more monsters began to howl in pain. These low-level monsters did not know how to cry. Their howls of pain and their moist eyes were crying. Nank closed her eyes. She was waiting for death. She was not waiting for Qin Changsheng to kill her, but for the destruction of the Garden of Zhou. Qin Changsheng silently gazed at the grassland. At this moment, the sky had already recovered its clarity. Dawn was approaching, and the blue color had reappeared. The thunder had already gradually faded, and everything was peaceful. Only the sorrowful cries of the monsters constantly reminded him that destruction was imminent, and that everything was too late. There was nothing strange about the grassland, but in his eyes it seemed to have lightened slightly. Indistinctly, some sort of change that he could not understand was occurring. It was a sort of feeling, or perhaps it was because all the swords in the grassland had already been taken away by him. The grassland was lightening, the sky was turning blue, and the light was turning clear. A clear light appeared from a certain place in front of the mausoleum. It traversed a distance of countless li from the ground and landed in the blue sky. It was completely silent, as if nothing had happened. It was like a drop of ink falling into a bowl of clear water. The drop of ink into the clear water seemed gentle, but in reality, in the next moment, that clear water would completely turn black. The blue sky suddenly lightened, or perhaps it could be said that it had become clear. With the passage of time, the color of the sky grew fainter and fainter. In reality, faintness was transparent and it was bright. In the place where the clear light had disappeared, a piece of the bright and transparent sky suddenly floated down. That was a piece of real sky. The fragment of the sky slowly floated down to the ground. Qin Changsheng stared at the fragment of the sky, and his face became paler and paler. All the monsters raised their heads and gazed at the fragment of the sky. They stopped their sorrowful cries and became deathly silent. The speed at which the fragment of the sky floated down was very slow, just like real fallen leaves. It seemed like it could be dodged, but the sea of monsters on the surface of the grassland did not have any intention of dodging. This was the Garden of Zhou, their entire world. Now, the entire world was about to be destroyed, so where could they possibly hide? The grassland around the mausoleum was quiet. Only the earth monkey continued to weep sorrowfully. No matter how the mountain-toppling fiend gently stroked its head, it was unable to make it stop its sorrowful cries. It and its companions had lived in this vast grassland for countless years. Now this grassland was finally about to be destroyed. It and its companions had guarded this mausoleum for several hundred years, but they were still unable to defend it. How could they not be angry? How could they not be afraid? How could they not despair? How could they not be in pain? The earth monkey's sorrowful cries echoed through the deathly silent grassland, rising and falling along with a floating fragment of space. It was like a song of endless sorrow. Yesterday was the wedding day of the 9 classmates of my book friend. I would like to express my warm congratulations. I hope that all of Guangdong will run out of washboards. I will try to finish the next chapter before 10. Also, this chapter has nothing to do with Chairman Zhou's marriage. I am very happy for it. Chapter 343. The so-called sky was the boundary of space. It was weightless, so its fragments were naturally even lighter than the lightest leaf. They drifted down towards the grassland, sometimes in the east and sometimes in the west, several hundred li away. It was simply impossible to capture their trajectory. After an unknown amount of time, under the gazes of countless terrified and despairing gazes, the fragment of the sky finally landed on the surface of the grassland. Whether it was intentional or not, it just happened to land on the mountainous body of the monster bull at the back of the monster tide. In an instant, it became an extremely dazzling white flame, spitting out endless light and heat. The monster bull let out a sorrowful and indignant cry, and just like that, disappeared in the white flame. Let alone its remains, not even ashes or smoke were left. The grassland violently shook, and all the monsters in a range of several fell to the ground. The monsters that were stuck to the ground like serpents were so shaken that they vomited blood and died. The shaking spread to the mausoleum, and countless clouds of dust sprayed out from between the huge rocks and the cracks between the limestone. The 2 maids, Ning Chui and Hua Qiu, were roused by the shaking. They felt the terrifying explosion of energy in the distance, and their faces paled in fright. They did not know what had happened. Nank closed her eyes and sensed the crack in the blue dome of the sky. She vaguely understood something and muttered, "So that's how it is." What had already happened could not be changed. What they needed to do was to find the source of why it had happened. Chun Changsheng quickly withdrew his gaze and looked at the place where the clear light had shot into the sky. He discovered that the clear light had come from a stone pillar in front of the mausoleum. In the surroundings of the mausoleum, there were 10 stone pillars of similar shapes. Yesterday, when he and Su Yurong had come to the mausoleum of Zhou, they had already noticed these stone pillars. These stone pillars were several zhang tall, and their surfaces were carved with some unknown patterns. With the erosion of time and wind and rain, these patterns had already become indistinct, making it even more impossible to understand their meaning. The reason why he had noticed these 10 unremarkable stone pillars was because they made him think of the stone pillars outside the Li Palace. It was also because these stone pillars seemed too shabby compared to the majestic mausoleum, giving off a very incongruous feeling. They seemed somewhat out of place with the mausoleum, as if they were not a single entity. Looking at it now, these 10 unremarkable stone pillars really were strange. These stone pillars actually contained such terrifying energy. The clear light they emitted could tear a piece of the sky apart. The shard of the sky effortlessly turned the powerful monster bull into nothingness, simultaneously disappearing without a trace. The plains once again regained its peace, or perhaps it could be called a deathly silence. Whether it was Chun Chong Sheng, the two maids, or the countless monsters, they all stared at the stone pillar, an indescribable nervousness and unease. Suddenly, a piece of stone fell off the surface of the stone pillar. The piece of stone was about a few fingers thick and a few feet wide. When it landed on the bluestone ground, it shattered and made a light sound. The voice was very soft, but in the deathly stillness of the grassland, it was so soul-stirring. The beast tide set off waves, and countless demonic beasts were so frightened that they collapsed among the water plants. A moment later, another strand of chi passed through the surface of the stone pillar. It turned into a streak of clear light and silently floated away from the mausoleum. At this moment, Chun Chong Sheng sensed that it was an incomparably ancient and supreme presence. That aura was even more ancient than this continent. Just what were these stone pillars? This time, the clear light did not fly towards the blue sky. Instead, it seemed to very casually drift towards the edge of the grassland. It was unknown where it would fly to before stopping. Countless terrified gazes stared at the clear light, as if they were sending it off with their eyes. They watched as the clear light flew 1,000 li away, to a place that could no longer be seen clearly. After a very long time, a muffled sound of impact and a clear tremor reverberated from the edge of the grassland to the surroundings of the mausoleum. Because it was too far away, the muffled sound was not very loud, but the tremor was still violent. Countless water plants danced in the air, and the mausoleum was once again filled with dust. The powerful tremor almost caused Chun Chong Sheng to fall, but his gaze did not move at all. He continued to stare at the stone pillar, and noticed that another piece of stone had fallen off. The stone pillar had been weathered by wind and rain for a long time. Its surface was extremely rough, and its color was a dull gray. It looked just like ordinary stone. After the two pieces of stone had fallen off, the interior of the stone pillar was revealed. Under the illumination of the clear sunlight, it could be seen very clearly. It was black. The chi within the stone pillar continued to pass through the surface and spread outwards. It turned into streaks of clear light and danced above the grassland. Sometimes it landed high up in the sky, sometimes it landed at the edge of the distant grassland, or sometimes it landed on the ground not far from the mausoleum. It tore apart the sky, overturned the earth, and brought about a terrifying explosion. The clear light contained an extremely terrifying energy that could not be blocked. Even if Chun Chong Sheng had 10,000 swords, he still could not do it. This was because the chi emitted by the stone pillar had already far surpassed the scope of his understanding. It was an energy that had not even been recorded in the Taoist canon. The world trembled, and the violent explosion of energy enveloped the entire plains of the unsetting sun. Although it could not be seen, it could be imagined that the entire garden of Zhou was currently in such a situation. With the appearance of the clear light, the layer of stone on the surface of the stone pillar constantly fell off. It shattered into pieces below the stone pillar, revealing more and more of its true appearance. The inside of the stone pillar was still stone, but its color was black. It seemed mottled, just like a rubbing that had not been properly made. Looking at the mottled surface of the stone pillar, looking at the exposed black stone, Chun Chong Sheng felt that it was somewhat familiar for some reason. Thinking of a certain possibility, his fingers that gripped the hilt of his sword turned slightly white. His body trembled slightly, and his lips were abnormally dry. Previously, when he faced the golden-winged Great Peng, he had even dared to wield his sword and fight. However, at this moment, looking at the stone pillar, he actually seemed to have lost even the courage to draw his sword. He thought in his heart in shock, "It can't be." The stone pillar continued to emit clear light, and the layer of stone continued to fall off. More and more of the black inside was revealed. The violent explosions of energy finally met and turned into countless terrifying hurricanes. They began to wreak havoc on the grassland. The tremors from all around the garden of Zhou were all transmitted to the mausoleum, to his feet. What was even more terrifying was that the other 9 stone pillars in the surroundings of the mausoleum also began to tremble slightly. Gravel rustled off the surface of the stone pillars, and the terrifying Qi was about to appear. Qin Chang Sheng gripped the hilt of his sword. He knew what he should do, but he did not know how to do it. His mind was somewhat absent-minded. The hilt of the sword trembled slightly. As it turned out, the 10,000 broken swords buried in the grassland were used to suppress these stone pillars. More accurately, they were used to temporarily seal the Qi within the stone pillars. Now, the sea of swords had been taken away by him, so the thing that was hidden within the 10 stone pillars was about to appear. Just what were these stone pillars? Qin Chang Sheng had already guessed it, but he did not dare to believe it. He was unwilling to believe it. However, this matter had already truly happened. The layer of stone on the surface of the stone pillar had already been mostly peeled off. A square black stone gradually appeared between the heaven and the earth. It towered between the heaven and the earth. Although there was still some layer of stone remaining on the surface of the black stone, one could already see those complicated lines that were difficult to understand. Of course, Qin Chang Sheng should have felt that it was familiar. Anyone who had stared at it for so many days would not find it familiar. In the mausoleum to the south of the capital, he had once seen many things similar to this black stone. There were countless lines on the surface of the black stone. The lines were patterns, and the square stone engraved with the text was naturally a monolith. As it turned out, the black stone was a monolith. It was a black monolith, the heavenly tome monolith. Today, because of some reason, I'm especially angry. In order to divert my mind, I've created a lottery on Sina Weibo. Just like last time, it's purely for fun. After updating it, I'll post the lottery on Weibo. Everyone can go and participate. Using real money, I hope it can please my mood. Originally, I've been writing quite happily recently, but after encountering this kind of thing, really, everyone knows my Weibo name, right? If you don't, then I'll say it again. Something's too fishy. Yes, such a shameless ID, it's definitely mine. Everyone, see you tomorrow. Chapter 344. Countless years ago, the heavenly tomes transformed into a stream of fire and descended into the world, landing in the southern part of the current capital. Naturally, a mound rose up, and that was the mausoleum of books. Countless stone tablets were scattered among them, and they were one with the earth. They could not be separated at all, nor could they be moved. No matter in the Taoist canon or the history books, there were no records of these stone tablets leaving the mausoleum of books. So when Qin Changsheng spent a day in the mausoleum of books to see the 17 heavenly tome monoliths of the front mausoleum, he saw a broken monolith at the very end of the monolith hut. He thought in shock just who could actually break a heavenly tome monolith and take it away. Now, looking at the stone pillar below the mausoleum that emitted a clear light and the stone layer that was constantly peeling off, he knew that the heavenly tome monoliths that left the mausoleum of books were in the stone pillar. In other words, the person who broke a heavenly tome monolith and took it away was Zhou Dufu. That's right, other than Zhou Dufu, who else in the world could do such a world-shocking thing? He looked at the other 9 stone pillars around the mausoleum, and his body became more and more stiff. If these stone pillars were also heavenly tome monoliths, then did Zhou Dufu not take away 10 heavenly tome monoliths from the mausoleum of books? So this was the greatest secret of the Garden of Zhou. No matter if it was the inheritance left behind by the experts of the previous generation, or even the sword pool or Zhou Dufu's having blade technique, none of them could compare to the secret in the stone pillars. Just as he was thinking about these things in shock, the other 9 stone pillars also began to emit a qi that seemed to come from ancient times, and the clear light gradually rose. The clear light fell into the sky and tore the sky into pieces. Those pieces landed on the grassland and exploded with an unimaginable storm of energy. The world changed color, and the hurricane that wreaked havoc on the grassland became more and more terrifying. It even swept up the monsters that were as heavy as mountains and the rocks under the wet mud. The shaking of the earth became more and more violent. No monsters could stand still anymore, and they all fell to the ground. Those monsters that struggled to fly into the sky could not even fly out of the grassland before they were swept far away by the countless turbulent air currents. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The grassland, as well as the world of the Garden of Zhou, further outside, all became extremely chaotic. They were on the verge of destruction. Even the majestic mausoleum began to tremble. There were huge rocks that were torn apart by the storm of energy, turning into heavy rocks that rolled down from high above. They produced rumbling sounds like thunder, crushing many monsters that could not dodge in time along the way. The whirlwind arrived at the mausoleum. Nank closed her eyes and waited for death in the fierce wind. She was instantly swept up and floated towards the back of the plane. The two maids, Ning Chui and Hua Qiu, let out sorrowful cries and desperately ignited their spiritual bodies. They turned into two streaks of spiritual light and arrived at her side. They instantly turned into wings of light and attached themselves to her body. The whistling gale carried Nank's body into the distance. The wings of light quickly became specks of light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Chen Chongqing calmed down. He used the Yesher step to break through the tearing of the fierce gale and returned to the front of the mausoleum's main entrance. His left hand gripped the dagger and stabbed it into the thick and heavy stone door, while his right hand extended toward Su Yurong. He was prepared to untie Su Yurong's belt and tie her to himself. Su Yurong woke up and looked at the desolate plain in front of her. Her expression was slightly perplexed, but when she saw that the 10 stone pillars in front of the mausoleum were currently emitting clear light, she very quickly deduced everything. Her face became abnormally pale, and she muttered, "He really did place it in the Garden of Zhou." A clear light landed not far from the main entrance of the mausoleum. The divine path collapsed, and there was a violent tremor. Chen Chongqing was jolted back into the stone wall. His right hand tightly gripped the hilt of his dagger, which was why he was not swept away by the gale and was unable to grab her. The tong bao in Su Yurong's hand swayed in the wind and turned back into the luxuriant wudong tree. The roots of the tree stuck tightly to the stone wall, helping her stabilize her body. In the whistling gale, the green leaves fell one by one. Her black hair floated past her pale face and slightly absent-minded eyes. Chen Chongqing looked at her and yelled, "How can you make this stop?" Ever since he entered the plane, he was used to listening to her suggestions. He knew what kind of wisdom and insight she possessed, and he had also faintly heard what she had said before, although he did not understand why she understood this matter so well, only needing a glance to know what had happened. Su Yurong studied the heavenly tomes day and night at Holy Maiden Peak, and she also had a deep relationship with the Divine Empress, so she knew this secret that basically no one else knew. Looking at the 10 stone pillars, she was extremely shocked. After a while, she returned to her senses and muttered to herself, "There are still 2 missing." Back then, Zhou Dufu had cut down 12 heavenly tome monoliths in the Mausoleum of Books. Now, there were only 10 around the mausoleum, so where were the other 2 heavenly tome monoliths? Even though it was such a tense moment, she, who was accompanied by the heavenly tomes day and night, still subconsciously thought of this question first, and only then did she hear Chen Chongqing's voice. Her finger quickly drew on the ground, calculating the relative positions of the 10 stone pillars around the mausoleum and deducing the connection between the stone pillars. She was already extremely weak and had always been in a deep sleep. As soon as she woke up, she had to carry out such complicated calculations. Her mind was extremely exhausted, and in just an instant, her face became as pale as snow. The fierce wind swept up the gravel and landed in the mausoleum, giving off an extremely terrifying sound. The hard cliff rocks were instantly hit with countless holes. Even the wudong tree that was transformed from the tong bao was on the verge of collapse. Green leaves constantly fell, and it seemed like it was about to be pierced through. Seeing this scene, Chen Chongqing did not think any further. He took a risk and pulled out the dagger from the cliff rocks. Taking advantage of the gap in the wind, he moved to Su Yurong's side with difficulty and opened the yellow paper umbrella, helping her block the arrow-like gravel. The yellow paper umbrella constantly gave off heavy banging sounds. It was quiet under the yellow paper umbrella. Chen Chongqing did not say anything, as he did not want to disturb her calculations. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yurong shook her head and said, "I can't calculate it." Chen Chongqing's gaze passed over the edge of the yellow paper umbrella and landed on the stone pillar in front of the mausoleum. He said there should be a way. This was not blind optimism, but a stubborn belief. Since Zhou Dufu was able to suppress these heavenly tome monoliths back then, they would definitely be able to as well. Their current cultivation levels were obviously far from Zhou Dufu's back then, but that method should be there, waiting for them to discover it. The positions of these 10 stone pillars and their relationship with each other are rather subtle. It should be a kind of formation that allows the qi between these stone pillars to clash with each other, forming a kind of balance. Logically speaking, it should not be as violent as it is now. I can't calculate what the problem is. Su Yurong was currently very weak. When she said those words, she actually revealed an extremely rare feeling of defeat. Chen Chongqing said, "In the past, the sword pool should have been responsible for suppressing the balance. Now that the sword pool has been taken away by me, if I release the 10,000 swords now, will it be of any use?" Without needing too many specific details, Su Yurong already knew what had happened when she was unconscious from his few short sentences. Without any time to be astonished, she once again began to calculate. However, even after adding the variable of the sword pool, she discovered that this matter still did not make sense. If she wanted the stone pillars to calm down again, if she wanted the great formation to work again, if she wanted the world to return to balance, she needed even more heavenly tome monoliths. But where could she go to find the heavenly tome monoliths? Who knew where the remaining 2 of the 12 heavenly tome monoliths that Zhou Dufu had taken from the mausoleum of books? And even if she found those 2 heavenly tome monoliths, the world of the Garden of Zhou was currently collapsing. Who could stop the fall of the sky? Thus it was useless, whether it was the reappearance of the sword pool or the calming of the stone pillars. It was already useless. The Garden of Zhou was on the verge of destruction. The humans, demons, and monsters left within would all turn to ash or be swept into the void. Su Yurong lowered her head and looked at her slightly trembling fingers. She tightly pursed the corner of her lips, just like a stubborn little girl, currently grieving. She felt very useless. Chen Chongqing understood and said no more. At this moment, he held a sword in one hand and an umbrella in the other. He had no way of patting her shoulder to comfort her, much less to hug her and give her warmth. As a result, he could only move closer to her, sitting a little closer. His shoulder lightly leaned against hers, hoping to give her some support. The hurricane swept up countless pebbles and struck the surface of the yellow paper umbrella, bringing with it an extremely terrifying vibration and sound. It was like a giant beating a war drum. If not for the incomparably powerful defensive capabilities of the yellow paper umbrella, they would already be dead. It was very quiet inside the umbrella. Su Yurong leaned against his shoulder, seeming very powerless. The next chapter before 9 o'clock. Chapter 345. The monster tide was like a sea, its shadow obscuring the sky. Zhexiu, with Qi Jian on his back, ran in the opposite direction. Qi Jian used his weak mind to point out the way, correcting his occasional deviations. It was just that there were problems with space and time in these plains. No matter how fast Zhexiu ran, he could not escape. As a result, once he was some distance away from that shadow, he stopped and rested for a while. At the same time, he pondered what he should do next. Just then, 10,000 sword glows appeared in the sky above the plains. The sea of swords had appeared behind them. Qi Jian watched this scene from his shoulder. He was shocked speechless, and his body became incomparably stiff. What happened? Zhixiu asked. Qi Jian said in a trembling voice, It seems like the sword pool has appeared. Zhixiu fell silent, then said, Continue. The battle between the monster tide and the 10,000 swords did not affect them in the distance. Through Qi Jian's somewhat monotonous description, that magnificent scene had become much more tedious. Zhixiu still listened very seriously, because he knew that these strange movements might be the last chance for the two of them to leave the plains alive. And when the 10,000 swords rose into the sky, transformed into a golden dragon, and swallowed up the golden-winged great Peng, he accurately grasped an important point in Qi Jian's description. That sword at the very front is a dagger. Qi Jian had not recovered from her heavy injuries, and after fleeing for so many days, she was already incredibly weak. If not for the fact that she had to show Zhixiu the way, she might have fainted at any time. However, she had cultivated the path of the sword since she was a child, and her eyes were like intelligent swords, able to clearly see distant objects. She very definitely gave a yes. Hearing her words, Zhixiu unhesitatingly put her on his back and continued to walk away from the battlefield. Qi Jian asked, You recognize the origin of that dagger? Zhixiu replied, That's Qin Chongxing's dagger. Confused, Qi Jian asked in shock, It's Qin Chongxing? Then, shouldn't we go help? Previously, she had clearly seen that although that dagger had led the 10,000 swords to successfully defeat the golden-winged Great Peng, it was clearly on the verge of collapse. If it really was Qin Chongxing battling the demons in the depths of the plains, how could Zhixiu, as his companion, ignore it? Upon hearing her question, Zhixiu's footsteps did not slow, but instead sped up. He said, If he can resolve that problem, then he doesn't need our help. If he can't resolve it and can only buy a little more time, then if we turn around and go back, we will be wasting the chance to live that he has given us. Qi Jian had grown up in the Mount Li sword sect, so he was used to the love and help of fellow disciples, never leaving or abandoning each other. He was somewhat unable to understand Zhixiu's way of thinking, and just when he was about to argue, he heard Zhixiu continue emotionlessly, If I were the one fighting the demons, and Qin Chongxing was carrying Su Yurong here, I believe that he would also not turn around. Hearing this, Qi Jian still found it hard to accept, but in the end he fell silent, because Zhixiu had said that Qin Chongxing would also make the same choice, and had even compared their relationship to the relationship between Qin Chongxing and Su Yurong. She did not know how to respond. With her on his back, Zhixiu continued to run towards the periphery of the plains. At this moment, a beam of clear light fell into the sky. In the next moment, the fragments of the sky fell on the grassland. An explosion occurred, and a gust of wind blew. A strong vibration directly knocked them down into the watergrass. With great difficulty, Zhixiu stood up from the pool of water and asked, What's going on? Qi Jian looked at the distant sky, her face pale. It seems like the sky is collapsing. Zhixiu was silent for a while. Then he lifted her up from the water grass and continued to run towards the periphery of the plains. It really was the sky collapsing. Countless violent storms of energy engulfed the entire plains, and then easily tore apart the seal at the edge of the plains, heading towards other parts of the Garden of Zhou. Terrifying tearing sounds could be heard everywhere, and the world seemed to be on the brink of destruction. Zhixiu and Qi Jian were very lucky. On the way, they were not struck by the storms of energy brought about by the clear light. Even more fortunate was that the appearance of the heavenly tome monoliths had brought about the collapse of the heavens and the rend of the earth, directly destroying all the seals on the plains. The flow of time in different areas had disappeared, and with it, the boundaries between spaces had also disappeared. Just like this, They madly ran out of the plains of the unsetting sun and arrived at the base of Sunset Valley. It was still night in the Garden of Zhou. Sunset Valley reflected the light of that distant ball of light, but it was not as tranquil and beautiful as it usually was. The storms of energy brought about by the appearance of the heavenly tome had already engulfed this place, and the cliffs of Sunset Valley had already fallen off. It was as if a terrifying earthquake had just occurred, and earthquakes were still occurring. Qi Jian endured the pain in her lower abdomen and the effects of the medicine. She forced herself to maintain her mind, and guided Zhixio through the rubble of the mountain. Zhixio, once again transformed, his sharp claws and teeth piercing deeply into the ground. He leapt and ran along the precipitous cliffs, narrowly avoiding several landslides. Finally, he arrived at a garden at the edge of the Garden of Zhou. When Qi Jian saw a woman dressed in the ceremonial robes of the 13 divisions of radiant green, the breath that she had been holding tightly the entire time instantly dissipated. Unable to endure it any longer, she fainted. This was the mountainside Whispering Wood, a place where human cultivators gathered. To Zhixio, Qin Changsheng, and the others who had entered the plains of the unsetting sun, several dozen days and nights had already passed. To the human cultivators here, not too much time had passed. Of course, to them, it was already long enough. Because of the demon's scheme, the Garden of Zhou was in chaos. People wanted to leave, but they could not. To them, time was extremely difficult to bear. At this moment, the terrifying tremors from the depths of the plains and the even more terrifying storms of energy directly made them feel the danger of death. The garden was in chaos. Everywhere there were anxious questions, and there were also many cries of despair. They did not know when the gate to the Garden of Zhou would open, nor did they know if the Garden of Zhou was truly about to be destroyed. The Garden of Zhou was a miniature world with a very complicated structure. On the other side of the cliff, there was still a very large region. That large lake had long since recovered its tranquility. The blood of Nank's 2 maids had already been washed away by the lake water. The blood that had flowed from that treacherous sword that had pierced through Qi Jian's lower abdomen had also been covered by the gravel on the shore of the lake. Liang Xiaoxiao and Zhuang Huanyu stood on the shore of the lake. They did not look at each other, nor did they talk. They were both expressionless, but they represented completely different emotions. Liang Xiaoxiao gazed at the inauspicious, blood-red color in the distant sky and felt the tremors from the depths of the lake. He glanced at Zhuang Huanyu and said, "Let's get out of here alive first. Then we can talk about anything else." Outside Hanqiu City, the fog was still thick. Although it was night, that rainbow that came from tens of thousands of li away was still dazzling. In the end, that sliver of chaos had long since disappeared. However, it was impossible to reverse the events that had already occurred and make them disappear. In the thick fog, that invisible gate to the Garden of Zhou was still tightly shut, and it was unknown when it would open. Zhu Luo stood at the very front of the dark forest, looking at that rainbow in the fog. His expression was grave and stern, and it was unknown what he was thinking. As one of the strongest human experts, one of the storms of the 8 directions, it was unknown how many storms he had seen in his life. No matter if it was a cold wind or a bitter rain or a reign of terror, such as when the demons had infiltrated the Garden of Zhou and severed the connection between the inner and outer parts of the Garden of Zhou. Although it was somewhat shocking to him, it was actually not that big of a deal. Under his supervision, the many priests of the Orthodoxy and the experts of Tianliang County were currently using some sort of formation to repair the gate to the Garden of Zhou where the rainbow had landed. Looking at the degree of distortion in the space in the fog, it should only take a little more time before it would succeed. However, just a moment ago, he sensed something extremely bad. Something seemed to have happened in the Garden of Zhou, and it was about to collapse. For an expert of his level, he had an incomparably deep understanding of the laws of space. He clearly understood that any miniature world would have a moment of collapse or annihilation. Even the central continent would disappear after tens of thousands of years, but a miniature world that could be discovered and used would definitely be a relatively stable and sturdy space. The Pope's green leaf world was like this, and Zhou Dufu's Garden of Zhou was also like this. No matter how he looked at it, the Garden of Zhou should still be able to exist stably for at least several tens of thousands of years. So why did it suddenly show signs of collapse? No one could rely on their own strength to destroy a world, even if it was a miniature world. He could not, the Pope could not, and Zhou Dufu also could not in the past. The power that could destroy a world could only be the world itself. If the Garden of Zhou was about to collapse, the cause would definitely be the Garden of Zhou itself, or some sort of power that surpassed space. Zhu Luo thought of that rumor, and his expression became more and more grave, like frost. At some point, Melisha had arrived at his side. The archbishop's aged face had always carried a habitual weariness, but at this moment, only worry could be seen. His eyes were still squinted, but as long as one stood a little closer, they would definitely be able to clearly feel the coldness in those two eyes. His voice was slightly hoarse as he asked, "How much longer before the door to the Garden of Zhou can be opened again?" Zhu Luo spread out his spiritual sense, using the method of profound insight to sense the degree of spatial distortion in the thick fog. He gave a relatively accurate judgment. It should be able to open before dawn. Melisha's eyes narrowed even more, and he said, "No, it's too slow." Even when facing peerless experts on the level of the storms of the 8 directions, his words were still so direct, even full of pressure. Zhu Luo gazed at the southern night sky where the rainbow was rising and said, "We've already done everything we can do. If we want it to be a little faster, we'll have to see Mount Li." Melisha understood his meaning, and gazed at that precipitous mountain to the south that was actually invisible in silence. No one noticed that his hand was lightly trembling within the sleeve of his archbishop's robe, and naturally no one could hear the voice of this virtuous and respected old man in his heart. "Qin Chang Sheng, you cannot die." This rainbow that had risen from tens of thousands of li away was not the key to the Garden of Zhou. If one wanted to describe it more accurately, the rainbow was the key's action to open the Garden of Zhou. Black Robe had used that square plate to affect the rainbow, causing the door to the Garden of Zhou to temporarily close. In reality, in the instant that the key was inserted into the lock of the Garden of Zhou, he had placed a few more things into the keyhole. The key to the Garden of Zhou had always been in Mount Li, in the dwelling at the highest peak of Mount Li, and also the place where the rainbow had risen. With a creaking sound, the door to the dwelling was pushed open. An old man with the bearing of an immortal walked out, his hand stroking the hilt of his sword. His eyes were as calm as a lake, but within the lake were 1,000 swords. It was the current sect master of the Mount Li Sword sect. See you tomorrow. Chapter 346. Before the opening of the Garden of Zhou, before the rainbow had appeared, Mount Li had already entered a state of complete vigilance. Xiao Songgong and the 3 Discipline Hall elders sat on different parts of the mountain path. Mount Li's myriad sword array was hidden in the depths of the sea of clouds, ready to kill any invading enemies at any time. However, it was not completely foolproof. Only when the Mount Li sect master used his true sword did the rainbow stabilize. At the same time, the strange qi within the rainbow was completely expelled. Regretfully, it was too late to stop the demons from closing the gate to the Garden of Zhou. If they wanted to reopen the gate to the Garden of Zhou and let out the several hundred human cultivators that had entered, other than the formations laid down by the experts of Honshu City, the most important thing was still the rainbow that rose from Mount Li. After all, the key was here. In the past period of time, Mount Li had been silent. Everyone had been paying attention to the activity at the summit. Now that the sect master had finally walked out of the cave, the people who had been waiting bitterly rushed forward and bowed. Xiao Songgong solemnly asked, "Senior, how is the situation?" The Mount Li sect master gazed at the night sky to the east, at the still bright star. At dawn, the Garden of Zhou can be reopened. Hearing this, Xiao Songgong breathed a sigh of relief. However, he discovered that the sect master's expression was still grim. In particular, the calm lake of sword intent in his eyes was faintly moving. He could not help but feel extremely uneasy. He asked, "Could it be that there are other changes?" The Mount Li sect master withdrew his gaze from the east and followed the rainbow to the north, where Hanqiu City was located. He said, "Something major is currently taking place in the Garden of Zhou, and there are already signs of collapse. I don't know if the people inside will be able to last until morning." The Mount Li Sword sect disciples present were shocked, but they did not dare to make a racket. After a while, an elder of the discipline hall worriedly asked, "Is there any other way?" The Mount Li sect master did not speak, but everyone naturally understood what he meant. A disciple asked, "How is eldest brother doing?" With his question, many of the Mount Li disciples turned their gazes to the tightly shut door of the dwelling. To the disciples of the younger generation of Mount Li, it seemed that nothing could stump their eldest brother. Although they clearly knew that their senior brother's cultivation could not compare to their martial uncle's, they still subconsciously placed their hopes on him. The Mount Li sect master looked at the disciples and said, "In order to reopen the gate to the Garden of Zhou as quickly as possible, your eldest brother has practically burned all of the true dragon's blood in his body, and he still wants it to be even faster? Could it that you want him to cripple his cultivation, or do you want him to die under this rainbow?" The disciples were shocked again and did not dare to say anything more. Right at this moment, a voice sounded out from the cave, "Master, disciple still wants to try again." This voice was so tired and weak, but it was still as clear and pleasant as usual. The emotions in the voice were still so calm, confident, and determined. More importantly, this voice was still the same as before. No matter what situation it encountered, it would not be depressed, and it had a free and easy feeling. Hearing this voice, for some reason, the disciples felt somewhat at ease, just like they usually did. The Mount Li sect master looked at the dwelling and sternly said, "If you try again, only death awaits you." The voice disappeared for a while, then resounded once more. It was still calm and incomparably firm. "Junior sister is still in the Garden of Zhou." This was the reason, this was the truth. This was the reason that everyone in the world knew and was willing to believe in. The Mount Li sect master could hear that in the seemingly calm voice of his most beloved eldest disciple, for the first time, there was genuine anxiety. How could he have the heart to stop him? In the depths of the plains of the unsetting sun that was filled with energy storms, the mausoleum was surrounded by violent hurricanes. The pools of water on the plains had long been completely evaporated, and the wet mud had also become dry gravel. As the wind wildly danced between the heaven and earth, sand and dust floated in from the edge of the yellow paper umbrella, dimming the light. Su Yurong leaned on Qin Changxing's shoulder and softly said, "Will we die?" She, who had just been pulled back from the brink of death not long ago, was currently extremely weak, both physically and mentally. Qin Changxing's gaze passed over the edge of the yellow paper umbrella and stared at the 10 stone pillars in the surroundings of the mausoleum. He thought of the results of her calculations from before and was currently making some sort of comparison. Suddenly he heard her words, thought about it, and said, "Perhaps, but I won't let you die." Su Yurong softly said, "Before, if you had not given me your blood, I would already be dead. But actually at that time I was not afraid of death, but now I am afraid. I don't know why." Qin Changxing looked into her eyes and said, "Perhaps it's because you have a reason to live?" Su Yurong thought about it and said, "Perhaps." Qin Changxing smiled from the bottom of his heart and said, "I'm very happy." Su Yurong looked at him and smiled. "I'm also very happy, but the more it's like this, the more I don't want to die." Qin Changxing seriously said, "Yes, so I'm thinking about how to continue living." Su Yurong teased, "Are you very good at thinking of ways?" "No, but something like how to continue living. I've thought about it quite a lot." After saying that, he continued to observe the sandstorm around the mausoleum, as well as the scene in the sandstorm, especially the area that was previously covered by white grass, but was now covered by gravel and the corpses of monsters. Many monsters had already died, and even more monsters were fighting against the sandstorm. Or perhaps it could be said that they were swept up by the sandstorm and flew everywhere. Death would come sooner or later, other than the yellow paper umbrella in front of the main entrance of the mausoleum. There was no other place that could give shelter to these once powerful and ruthless life forms. Just at this moment, a black shadow passed through the violent turbulence of energy and the whistling sandstorm, and arrived in front of the main entrance of the mausoleum like lightning. Through the extremely small crack at the edge of the yellow paper umbrella, it entered the umbrella and heavily fell on the thick and heavy stone door of the mausoleum. The stone door gave off a muffled sound from the collision, and several cracks appeared on it. To be able to avoid the energy storm released by the heavenly tome monoliths, to be able to ignore the sandstorm that filled the sky, and to almost knock over the main entrance of the mausoleum was a bird. This bird was covered in messy feathers and did not look beautiful at all. Its right claw was already crippled, and its body was covered in bloodstains. It looked just like a pheasant that had just escaped from a hunter's arrow. This pheasant slid down from the center of the crack in the stone door and landed on the ground. It used one leg to stand up with difficulty, twisted its neck, and flapped its wings. It seemed to be somewhat satisfied, and then looked at the sandstorm that filled the sky at the edge of the yellow paper umbrella, and let out a few angry cries. The space under the yellow paper umbrella was very small. The sand that the pheasant had flapped out all landed on Ching-Chong-Shing and Su-Yorong's faces, and the two of them could not help but cough. Hearing the coughs, the pheasant seemed to have thought of something. Its pair of bewitching, golden eyes rolled around twice, and then it instantly became abnormally quiet. It did not even glance at Ching-Chong-Shing and Su-Yorong, and quietly retreated backwards, as if it wanted to avoid their line of sight. The problem was the area under the umbrella was only so big, so where could it hide to? It's not Nank, not the vermilion bird. It's definitely different from Fatty. Next chapter, before 7 o'clock. Today's update will have fewer words.